Part 2. If you like what you hear, subscribe. There's more of the Fracture Cosmology on the channel. Chapter 17. The Line. And I never asked you to stand on it. Nobody asked you. I told them the first night, Sesk stays out of it. I said that, and they wrote it down. So don't turn this into me asking. All I want is that you don't ring the call like it's an ordinary morning. That's all. Because it isn't one, and you've known it isn't one for longer than I have. The board is posted. Sesk stood at the counter of the loadmaster's post, the day's schedule under one spread hand, the shift bell unrung, the aprons below the window gray and filling. 14 berths under first call on the trade side. Crews against all 14. Posted at the usual hour in the usual hand. Whatever else the morning is, the board is accurate. Accurate. Den had come up the post stair 3 times since the middle of the night, and on the stair each time he had promised himself a level voice, and each time the promise lasted about 4 sentences. It's been accurate for a year, while 340 of us stood on the wrong side of it. 900 hands on the register, Sesk. 900. And the board works whoever the member halls ask for and walks past the rest, and every day it does that, it's accurate, and you post it, and it holds. That's the trouble. It holds. A schedule that holds is the only kind worth the ink. Sesk's hand stayed spread on the schedule. You were not on this dock the year before the leases. The board changed by the watch. Hands fought at the gate over which posting was true, and the man who won was the man with a friend at the counter. When the board holds, nobody needs the friend. That is the thing I keep. It is the one thing down there that every hand gets the same amount of. Then bend it. The word was out before a better one came. You bend it. You've bent it 4 years. A half shift here, a name slid up the sheet when a renewal's due, a long call for a man who never earned it off the board. And don't look sideways at me. I keep the tally. It's the one thing I'm good at. I've got every bend you ever made in a book in my pocket. You bent it for me when I couldn't stand to ask. His voice came up, and he let it come. Every bend is you saying the board's wrong. You've been saying it one man at a time for 4 years, down in the margins where the paper can't catch you. All I'm doing is saying it out loud. And all I wanted up this stair, the whole morning, Den stopped himself at the edge of it. Say the rest, Sesk said. Forget it. You want me to say that it is right. The clear inner lid crossed Sesk's eyes once, against the dry air off the dock, and the set rendered his voice as flat as it rendered everything. A bent board I can answer for. 1 man, 1 shift, my initials against the margin, and if an audit ever comes, every bend is mine, and I can name the reason it was made. A stopped board answers for nobody. 340 idle is a figure. I can post a figure, argue a figure, carry a figure to the houses 1 berth at a time. 900 idle puts every renewal on this dock on the table in 1 morning. The men who staked that will not be the only men paying it. You count who worked. You have never once counted what a stoppage spends. Den took it standing, with his ears going. And there's yours, he said, quieter now, which in the small post was louder. Since we're counting. You'd keep whoever's board they handed you. If the 9 houses sold the leases tomorrow to something worse, you would. You'd have the new priority learned before the next call, and you'd post it at the usual hour in the usual hand, and it'd hold, because you'd hold it. The sentence got away from him, and he went back for it. 4 years, I thought that was the discipline. I don't know what I think it is this morning. Only there isn't a board they could print that you wouldn't keep. And I've just this minute worked out I've known that the whole time. Cesc picked the stylus up from the counter. It rode where it always rode, between the lower thumb and the first two fingers, and set it down again in the same place. And there was nothing in front of him that needed either motion. "Tell me it's wrong, then," Den said. "If you won't say right, say wrong. One or the other. Yours is the only opinion on this dock I can't do without, and you're the one man on it who won't spend a word." "The bell is due," Cesc said. The bell went at the exact hour, and Cesc read the board from the post rail the way he had read it every working morning of Den's life on this dock. Berth, hull, crew, down the schedule line by line, his voice level, the set carrying it flat across the apron to where the morning shift stood and did not move. Nobody jeered. A kit bag strap ticked against a stanchion in the moving air, and that was the loudest thing on the trade side. At the last line, Cesc folded the schedule twice and went in from the rail, and through the post glass, Den got the top of his head, stooped over the human height counter, bent to the register. The entry needed no seeing. 4 years of standing at that counter had taught the book by heart. The date, the 14 berths, the hour of the call, and no muster entered against it. Accurate in every particular. Down the stair to the gateheads, where the line was forming, he wanted the whole way to look back at the glass, and didn't. The stopping itself had been done the night before, and done like dock hands do things. The last hour of the last worked shift had been the hardest hour of the week. Every slung load grounded and lashed, every crane run to its park and braked, hoses drained and racked, loose gear binned, the aprons swept. Whatever anyone up the rings wanted to say about the line, nobody would say the trade side had been left dangerous. The hands had stopped the work the way you set down something breakable that belongs to somebody else. The line stood at the gateheads, off the aprons, clear of the cargo. It was drawn on the back page of the tally, and Den had drawn it. Where it stood, who stood it, watch on and watch off, food up the line every watch, no drink on the line, nothing sat on, nothing touched, nobody touched. Hands twice his age came and asked him where to stand. He told them, and they went where he said, and no part of that had stopped being strange since the bell. Mid-morning a route crew came through for the throat side with their kit on barrows, and the line opened a gate's width without an order given. The throat berths were never in it. Somebody's cousin among the route crew got his shoulder slapped the length of the gate. The barrows went through, the line closed up behind them, and that was the whole excitement of the morning, until the master came down. The master was off one of the member hulls, a big man made bigger by being ignored. His manifest rolled in his fist. Perishables, he said at the gatehead, to anyone whose eye he could get. Cultures under time. Penalty clauses. Honest crews punished for other men's politics. The line had its answer ready, because Den had written that on the back page too, and the oldest hand on the watch gave it without heat. The priority is the house's paper, and none of us signed it. Take the claim to the concessions office and let them carry it to the schedule table. The master called them a word that would have started something on any other dock in the reach, and the watch did not give him the something, and after a while he went back up his own gangway with the manifest still rolled. Into the tally went the hour, the berth, and no incident. By noon, the gallery rail above the aprons was lined with watchers, and the cairn had found its day's thing to see. A skua seller who worked the concourse ramp brought his cart to the head of the gallery stair, and by mid-afternoon there were gallery prices. Children hung on the rail and counted the idle holes out loud, and argued the count. Cargo stood where the last shift had grounded it, along the 14 first-called berths. The cranes sat in their parks the whole length of the trade side, and under all of it was the strangest thing on the station, the quiet. 4 years the grind had run without a pause big enough to put a sentence in. Now, one loose shackle ringing on a mast 2 berths down was the loudest working sound on the dock, and people at the rail lowered their voices without being able to say why. A concession clerk came down twice with a recorder and walked the 14 berths end to end and went away again. Whatever the day was costing the 9 houses, somebody upstairs wanted it evidenced. The second time, the line let him take his pictures from wherever he liked, and offered him tea, and he declined it the way a man declines a thing he'd like. Sahi stood the forenoon watch at Den's shoulder, and most of the afternoon one besides, unhurried as ever, running a strap end through his fingers. "Home's gone very quiet," he said, to the aprons in general. "We had a rule, her work and my work stay off the table. As of this morning, that's the 2 of us and the entire station. Last night we talked about the weather." The kettle went down the line hand to hand. "There isn't any weather." "You could do food." "We did food Tuesday." Sahi tipped his head at the rail, the watchers, the skewer cart. "She won't come down, if you're wondering. Don't ask me how I know. You pick things up, living around a person." "Is that her staying clear, or her being kept clear?" "That," Sahi said comfortably, "is a work question." And he passed Den the strap end to worry instead of the tally's corner, which Den had worn soft since the bell. Vazari took the middle watches and the jobs nobody asked for. The dock bar's urn had come down on a barrow, seized solid and pouring cold, and he had it in pieces on a spread cloth by the gate and back together inside the hour, and after that the tea was hot, which he appeared to regard as his entire contribution to the question of berth priority. On his watches, he stood at the gatehead and listened more than any man on the line talked. It was restful to stand next to. Den had given up bringing him into the talk somewhere around midday and just stood next to him instead, and that worked better anyway. At the usual evening hour, up behind the post glass, the next day's board went up. Crews against all 14 berths, in the usual hand, as though the morning would be ordinary. Nobody went up the stair about it. Nobody had expected different. The evening watch changed, and the line had run one whole day. No berth worked, no line crossed, no voice raised past a master's, nobody's name taken by anybody. Den ate what was put in his hand, standing, the tally open against his forearm, and the questions kept coming up the line and finding him. Where does the relief watch stand? Who speaks to the gallery? Does the night watch keep the urn? And he answered them, and each answer worked, and he had never in his life been this tired and this pleased inside the same hour, and had sense enough left not to say so to anyone. Ilse Morrow came down the gallery stair at the head of the evening watch, and she came alone. Den knew her from the width of the trade side away, the panels sitting, the visitor's bench, a plain, expensive coat, her own notes taken in her own hand while the room found its one date. Chair of the 9 houses. Word went down the gateheads faster than she walked, and the line did what the back page said the line did, which was nothing. Space opened where she stepped and closed easy behind her. Nobody gave her a wall of backs, and nobody gave her a show either. She'd have come through a mob the same way, probably. There wasn't one for her to come through. Morrow stopped where she liked, was the thing. She asked the winch hand at the second gate how many years he had on the register, and got the years, and the hulls, and a history of his elbow, and took all of it with her hands in her coat pockets, standing easy in it like someone who don't mind. She told the woman beside him, first, before anyone had asked her anything, that the idle day was costing her houses a great deal more than anyone's wages would have, and that she'd have thought less of the line if that arithmetic had moved it. Somebody gave her tea in a dock cup. She drank it where she stood, gave the cup back, and thanked the hand with the kettle by asking what the urn had cost to fix, and getting told the truth. Nothing, and somebody's hour. By the time she reached Den at the head gate, she had walked most of the line's length, and the line had let her. Den, she said, Ilse Morrow. I know. That sounded rude, and there was no way back through the sentence, so he left it where it fell. I read your tally, the copy that went round the panel. It's the best book on this station that nobody commissioned. I mean that. My houses keep a great many books, and I know a clean one when it's put in front of me. It wasn't kept to be admired. No, the good ones never are. She turned and set her back against the gatepost so that she stood looking down the line as Den did, the two of them side on, like men waiting on the same hull. So, I walked down to put something to you, to your face, and you'll want to carry it to whoever you carry things to, and that's as it should be. Here it is. The houses will crew every member hull off the open register. First call stays on the berths, the hands to work them come off your list, strict rotation, no yard picks, no names walked up anyone's sheet. And the register takes a standing seat at the schedule table, sat by whoever the register chooses to sit in it. One small motion of her hand, down the line. They'd choose you. That's your affair. It can be at signature today. The line comes down tonight, your 900 are working inside the week, and the first stoppage in this station's life ends its first day with the labor side holding paper it can enforce. Rotation on the record. A seat with any name you like in it. One small motion of her hand, down the line. They'd choose you. That's your affair. It can be at signature today. The line comes down tonight, your 900 are working inside the week, and the first stoppage in this station's life ends its first day with the labor side holding paper it can enforce. Rotation on the record. A seat with any name you like in it. And the survey. Den's mouth was dry, and the tally had got itself against his chest like a plate of armor, which he only knew because her eyes went to it. The rings. First call on the allocation, the part that isn't berths, the part is a different question that belongs to different people, and I won't pretend otherwise to get your signature, and you shouldn't want me to. Her voice stayed level, unhurried, the same voice she'd used on the winch hand's elbow. Your friends up the ring will call this a split. They'll be right. It is one. It's also the only offer that will exist on this station today that ends with your 340 in work. Ring 4's grievance doesn't employ you. The Voskry claim doesn't employ you. Mine is the signature that does. I need a counterparty, Den, somebody across a table who can deliver what he signs. This morning says that's you, and that's worth a seat to me. What it would be worth to you is yours to weigh. And I'd say, take your time, except the offer doesn't keep. Den turned it over for the trap and couldn't find one, and that bothered him worse than finding one would have. 2 nights of no sleep put a hum under everything. The offer sat square in the hum, real as a grounded load with the lashings off. No. The word came out bare, so he kept going, which he was always going to do. I mean, it's real. I can hear it's real. If you'd come down selling something rotten, this would be easier. So thanks, I suppose, for making it hard. What I mean is, I stood up in the panel room with Ring 4 and with the Voskry line, and the date belongs to the 3 of us together, and the docks aren't mine to sell back to you at a gate at the end of a good day. Even for that. Even for the seat. So bring it to the panel. All of it, the rotation, the seat, everything, said the way you just said it to me, up there, with the rest of them standing where they can hear. If it's still good in that room, then it's good, and we'll all be there finding it out. The sentence ran on past its stop, as his sentences did. And it might be, good, in the room. I'm not saying it wouldn't be. Mara watched the line while he said it all, and at the end she nodded, slowly, the way a buyer nods at a price that was always going to be the price. "That's the answer that keeps your line whole," she said. "It's the expensive one, and the expense doesn't land on you. The houses bleed on every idle berth behind you, and what they'll authorize me to bring to any table shrinks with each day this runs. Next week's version of what I just said will be smaller, and the week after's smaller again. I'd read the same arithmetic to my own board this evening, and I will." She came off the gatepost and pulled her coat straight. Mara went on down the remaining length of the line and did not hurry it, stopping where she liked, the same as she'd come, and at the far gate she said something to the hand on the end that got a laugh he hadn't planned on giving her. Then up the concourse stair, unhurried, a woman with the rest of an evening's work waiting somewhere else, and gone. Word beat Den back up the line. Sahi had it at the urn before he got there. You told her no, not a question, the grin already on. And hands came off the rail to touch his shoulder as he passed, and somebody started a cheer, low, and an older hand hushed it, because nothing on the line got loud. That was the back page, and the old hand was grinning while he hushed. The whole climb up the gateheads, under the tiredness and the hum, one thing kept arriving, and Den was too worn out to send it away. The whole line had been at his back while the question was put, and the answer had been one word long, and it had gone out of him easy as breath. The half shift had cost. Nobody had watched him take that one. Up in the post the lamp burned over the counter, and the loadmaster's shape stooped across the register, entering the day. Den stood at the head gate with the tally against his chest until the shape did not look up, and then he opened the back page, checked the rotation, and called the night watch to the gateheads. Chapter 18. Protection of Compact Infrastructure. The panel's room had been an inventory annex off the relay heart until Cade needed a room, and it still had racking bolted along one wall and the smell of fresh sealant in everything. The chairs had come from wherever chairs could be got. Mess benches down one side, 4 good cushioned ones out of an office nobody would name, and at the head of the table a swivel chair from some dock office that listed to port on a worn bearing. Nobody had assigned the seating. Everybody had assigned themselves. Ring 4's delegates had taken the bench nearest the door, jackets on, close enough together to leave as one man. The old corps, too, had the cushioned chairs, turned a few degrees toward each other. The dock delegates arrived late on principle, and sat where lateness put them, apart, which they hated. The Ring 6 delegate, a Voskreline woman, had an empty chair on either side of her, the same as the last sitting, and had brought paperwork to do while the room filled in around the gap. Corrigan stopped in the doorway and read the chairs. Ring 4 sitting close, jackets on. The corps pair angled at each other, which they did before they voted against something and again before they praised it. The docks apart and hating it. And the Ring 6 woman with her paperwork out and a gap either side of her, in the third sitting running, and nobody in the room had yet done the one thing about that which would have cost them nothing at all. Cade came in with the panel's clerk on the hour. Half the room stood, watched the other half, and sat down again. The clerk read the appointment. It was short. The Sector Representation Panel, advisory to the Administrator's Office. Its members appointed by that office and removable by it. Its resolutions recorded and carried to the branches for their consideration and binding on none of them. A chair, to hold the agenda, keep the minutes, and speak for the panel when the panel resolved to be spoken for. The chair to be Doran Corrigan, claims advocate. Corrigan stood and put his hand on the back of the swivel chair. Members, I'd thank the administrator for the furniture, but I've been given the one chair in the room with a lean to it, and I don't believe that's an accident." The Ring 4 bench laughed. One of the core pair smiled into his collar. "You've read the terms, or you've had them read to you, and either way you know the list of things this body cannot do. It cannot spend, it cannot compel, it cannot lay a meter of pipe or order a single door opened. I've read the drafting twice. It's beautiful, and there is nothing in it at all." The second laugh was the better one. "So here is what it can do. It can sit at a table, in the light, on the record, and it can make anyone who wants this station's patience come into this room and ask for it. 2 days into a stoppage, I'll take that trade. The Concession has asked to address the panel this morning. The chair recommends we hear her." The hands went up around the table, and for once all of them went the same way. Cade stopped beside him on her way to the door while the clerk read the order of business. "You read the terms twice," she said. "Beautiful drafting. It grants me an agenda, a minute book, and the right to be interrupted." "It was the appointment there was." "I know what it is." He said it lightly, and kept his eyes on the room. "Morrow asked for this morning's agenda an hour after your clerk published it," Cade said. "Whatever she brings, count it twice." "I always count twice." "Then sleep at some point. You're charming today." She was gone before the answer he had ready found anywhere to go. The chair listed when he sat in it. Corrigan squared it with his heel, opened the minute book, and called the room to order. The Concession came in a delegation of 3. Morrow, a clerk carrying files, and a counsel who took the seat against the wall and wrote from the moment the door closed. Morrow took the chair at the foot of the table without waiting to be shown to it. "Chair, members, I'll be quick, because what I'm bringing you shrinks a little every day it waits." Nobody interrupted her. 2 days of stopped berths. You'll have priced what that costs my houses before you ever called it was a good number. And it is not staying good, because hulls are already routing past us, and hulls that reroute don't always route back. Her clerk dealt copies down the table, and delegates who had spent 2 days being a movement picked them up like men reaching for cards. As of the middle watch, 9 houses stand behind this. Item 1. The Concession's first call comes off 2 of the 4 rings for 90 days. Suspended on the record, effective the day the berths work. For 90 days, those rings' spare capacity goes to the people living on them before it goes to anyone's tenants. That is the demand from your first sitting, and Item 1 grants it. Down the Ring 4 bench, somebody exhaled. Item 2, and I'll state it myself rather than leave it for your counsel to find. The stoppage ends tomorrow's schedule, worked in full, and the panel enters in its minutes that the certification of the ring trunk runs is sound, and that the survey called for at your first sitting is withdrawn. You asked for relief pending an inspection. I am handing you the relief. At withdrawn, the Ring 6 delegate stopped, and she wrote nothing for the rest of the address. The senior dock delegate had the sheet at arm's length and was going down it twice, the second time with a finger. "There's no rotation on here." There is not. Open register, strict rotation, no yard picks. A standing seat at the schedule table. He put the sheet down. That was on the table at the second gate on the first day. Half my hands can quote it. It's not on this. It was on the table on the first day, Morrow said, and did not soften it. I told him at the gate what it would be worth on the second. My houses have carried 2 days of idle berths since. They authorize what they authorize, and this is what they authorize today. The delegate looked at her for a moment, and then sat down without saying anything else, which was worse than if he had. Corrigan read Item 1 again, while the room leaned together in pairs. The docks worked tomorrow. Ring 4 got 90 days it could hold up as proof the machine moved when pushed. The rings on the schedule got hours back at the tap that nothing he had ever said in that room had put there. Corrigan read it a third time. It was a good offer. It answered the sitting he had built, and it answered it better than he had built it. And the two things it did not contain were the two things a man could have taken home and enforced with his own hands. He looked down the Ring 6 bench and the dock bench and put the sheet flat. "Which two rings?" the senior dock delegate asked when he had waited long enough to be sure the chair was not going to ask it for him. "Named in the schedule," Morrow said. "We'll hear representations." The Ring 7 delegate had his hand up before she finished the word. "Relief," he said, "must follow." He used the word burden a great deal, and burden followed draw, and everyone at this table knew where the draw ran heaviest, and he had brought figures. He read them out. He was a serious man with a level voice, and his brother-in-law held sublets along Ring 7's market row, which everyone at the table also knew, and the figures pointed at Ring 7 right down. He proposed, seriously, in the interests of fairness, that the panel resolve on 7 as first named before representations opened. Corrigan thanked him, had the figures entered in the minutes, and gave the floor to the delegate behind him. The Ring 7 vote did not travel alone, and the arithmetic of correcting him cost more than the correction bought. Nobody laughed at the man. Nobody was asked to. "Item 1 I understand," Corrigan said when the floor came back to the chair. "It's real, and when we consider it, I'll say so. The stoppage ending is arithmetic. That's what the suspension buys. Item 2. Walk me through the endorsement. What is it for?" For the first time that morning, Morrow paused before she spoke. "A riot put a rumor on my paper," she said. "Your survey demand kept it there. My tenants borrow against their terms, and the terms borrow against the rings being sound. While that survey stands in a minute book, every lender prices the question in, and I go on paying for the question, for the life of the term, whether or not anybody ever lifts a plate. The Sundgren Combine has held a claim against this station's stock since before there were rings on it, and does not have to do anything at all to be expensive. It simply has to still be there in the morning, and it is, every morning. This panel put the question on its record. It can take it off again." "Then take the smaller word," Corrigan said. "The panel has seen no evidence against the certification, and withdraws the survey. Same effect at your lenders' desks." No, it came a shade faster than anything else she had said all morning. A beat, and she was back on her pace. "No evidence against," is what gets said about a man nobody has caught yet. The word is sound. It's a short word, Chair. Your members can manage it. Down the length of the table, every other line of her offer had its price showing. Corrigan read item 2 once more and could not find where this one kept its own. "Take it to consideration." Morrow stood. Her clerk had the files out before she finished saying it. "At this panel's first sitting, I asked whether you had thought about what you'd do if we said yes." She looked down the table at him, unhurried. "This is yes." Corrigan suspended the sitting to the end of the day watch, and the room emptied fast, every delegate with somebody outside waiting to be told. Through the open door, the Ring 7 delegate falling in at Morrow's elbow, already talking. She listened to him the whole visible length of the corridor and gave him nothing anyone could have entered in a minute. The second wind had come in around midday, the bright kind, the kind that made him funnier than the day deserved, and he knew what it was made of. 2 nights of stoppage business and a chair with a lean in it. It would do for one more sitting. Alone, he walked the table. Claims desk habit. older than any of this. Give the argument to the empty chairs before the full ones get it. Members, the concession has met the demand of our first sitting. Round to the Ring 4 bench, and the next part said to it, 90 days, on the record, from the day the berths work. At the core pair's corner he stopped and made their objection for them, out loud, in their own register. Confidence, lenders, the dignity of instruments, and stood in it a moment, and then answered it. The answer was better than the objection. He went back down the table and said it again from the top, and it came out shorter the second time. At the swivel chair he stopped. The panel could not spend and could not compel. He had said so himself this morning to a laugh. Its whole stock was its word, and nobody had yet shown the word could be bought. Item 2 was a bid for the word, a generous bid from a woman who did not overpay. And the certificate was one document covering the trunk runs of all 4 concession rings, and he had never had it in his hands. Nobody at that table had. He had spent his working life reading other people's paper before his name went anywhere near it, and he had won hearings and lost worse ones on clauses everybody in the room had assumed said what they did not say. None of that meant this paper was wrong. Nothing on any table in front of him said it was wrong. The snag was smaller and harder than suspicion. The panel would be saying sound about a thing it had not read, and he would be the man who put the word in its mouth. Against that, the other column. Take it as tabled, and the berths work tomorrow. Hands were paid, the rings breathed. The stoppage ended whole and clean with no garrison anywhere in the story. And the man in the chair when it ended, Corrigan put that column away without adding it up. When the room refilled, he stayed on his feet. Members, the chair proposes the offer goes to consideration at the next sitting. One procedural item before we rise. This panel has been asked to enter a word about a document, so the panel's papers will include the document. The clerk will request from the concession registry the redundancy certificate for the ring trunk runs as issued. A hand started up along the bench, and he answered it before it turned into a question. We read what we sign. That's the size of it. The Ring 6 delegate seconded before his sentence had properly ended. You'll have it, Morrow said from the foot of the table, already gathering. It's a dull read. The hands went up the same way they had gone up that morning. Corrigan adjourned the sitting, and through the open door, the Ring 7 delegate was at Morrow's elbow again before she reached the turn of the corridor. By the time word reached the panel room and Corrigan reached the trade side, the transport's ramp was down, and the first ranks were already formed on the apron. 2 days of stoppage had emptied the berth gallery of its working noise, and the stillness had a practiced look by now. Dock hands along the rail in work gear with no work in it, the tea-urn on its trestle, the day's rota of who stood where. The troops came down the ramp in file, kit on their backs, weapons cased, and formed by ranks under the gallery lights, while a sergeant walked the front rank with a slate. The file kept coming. Along the rail, the whole length of the gallery, nobody moved at all. Chering stood at the foot of the ramp with 2 of his officers, reading the roll over the sergeant's shoulder. Corrigan came down the stair and crossed the apron in the open, unhurried, where the whole rail could watch him do it. Captain Chering, he put his hand out. Doran Corrigan, I chair the sector representation panel. I know who you are. Chering shook the hand once. Then you know more about my station than I know about your orders. Warm, easy, the rail was watching. The hearing feed said 900. The establishment is 900. Establishments are paper. I have 240. And the rest? Hulls that are not built. Address it to Geneva. You've landed 2 days into a stoppage, Captain. People will read a message in that. There isn't one. We were bound for another posting when the hearing sat. Geneva recut our orders 8 days ago, and we were 8 days out. Orders travel at the speed of the feed. Turing handed the slate back to his sergeant. Hulls travel at the speed of hulls. And the orders say what? Protection of compact infrastructure. I've read the mandate. I'd like to know what it covers. So would I. The mandate doesn't define the term. I've asked. Geneva hasn't answered. When it does, you'll know what I know. Corrigan looked down the gallery, the stopped berths, the men and women on the rail. 2 days ago, my people stopped those berths. Are they infrastructure you protect or an obstruction you clear? They're berths, Turing said. Nobody has given me an order about berths. He said it the way a man reads a gauge out loud. I'll save you a month, Captain, free of charge. You'll want to know who runs this station. Nobody does, and 4 people will tell you it's them. I've read the compact, Turing said, and that was his answer. The sergeants brought the ranks to order. No order came after that one. No address, no proclamation. Nobody read the mandate out. The column faced up the gallery and went, in file, between the stopped berths and the people who had stopped them, and the whole length of it passed without a word from either side. A picket by the crane rail filled a cup from the urn and passed it along without taking his eyes off the column. In the second rank, a trooper's chin kept drifting up, the cranes, the gallery roof, the size of the place, until a sergeant said one word, and it came down and stayed down. The column went the length of the gallery and out at the head of it, up the spine toward the garrison precincts, which was the only road there was from an apron to a barracks, and happened to run past every stopped berth on the trade side. Charing had put a man at the junction to turn them at the right corridor. Nobody stopped. Nobody was posted. The last file cleared the gallery, and the noise of it went on up the spine a while after the sight of it had gone. For 2 days the line had leaned on that rail like it owned it. All along the gallery now, the dock hands were standing straight, and nobody had told them to do that either. Corrigan's slate went off against his hip while the last rank was still on the apron. The Concession registry, over the council's name, replying to the panel's request of that morning. The redundancy certificate for the ring trunk runs, as issued, was held with the certifying contractor's records. Retrieval was in hand. The registry begged the panel's patience, a matter of some days. Corrigan read it twice. On the apron, the last rank faced up the gallery and stepped off. He read it a third time, put the slate away, and stayed at the rail while, by ones and twos, the dock hands sat back down. Chapter 19. Frame 19. Cray got both shoes on the right feet without help and stood by the door with the small can, waiting to be told she had. Both right, Lote said. I know. The heater had given the child's wash first and gone lukewarm part way through hers, the arrangement most mornings, and the flask took what was left of the hot. Through the wall the welder's music started, and the seamer, going by his door, told him through it that she had listened to that woman sing the same thing every morning since she moved on to the stretch, and would take it as a kindness if he got another one. She's dead, the welder said. Then you've had long enough to get over her. Who's dead? Cray said from the door. Nobody we know. Lote took the big can down off its hook. Cans. The door ran its whole track on the first pull as it had since Vasari put the new bead in, and the thumbprint was still there low on the hinge side where the compound had cured around it. Cray checked the thumbprint going out, as she did, and pronounced it smaller than last time. Outside, the corridor was doing what it did at that hour. The baker had her door hooked open and her second trays out to cool where the walkway narrowed, against the fit-out rules, and the smell of it was already down at the far end and would be in the service stretch by the time the ovens were off. The twins went past at a run in one direction, and their mother went past in the other, a beat behind and losing. The seamer had her chair out on its side and was doing something to its short leg with a scraper, and had an audience of one, and the audience was the baker's boy, and he had brought his tin. Corin came up the walkway with his cans already full. "Boards up," he said. "Renewals?" "Renewals." He changed a can to the other hand. "Don't read it hungry." "Have you read yours?" "I'm having my breakfast first." He put a boot under the baker's boy's tin and slid it out of the walkway without breaking stride, and the boy said his name in the tone the boy kept for that, and Corin said it back the same way. Then he stopped because he had remembered, and dug in his coat, and came out with the pocketbook, and stood there in the middle of the walkway with a cam hanging off each wrist, turning pages. "Thursday," he said. "You had the welder for a full column, and you never collected." "I collected the tea." "The tea's an expense. It's in the book against me." He found the page and showed it to her as though she could read his hand from where she was, and put it away. "I'll take it off him and hold it for you." "You'll take it off him and lose it to the seamer." "That's a separate matter, and it's not settled." He went in. The junction was full. The queue at the tap ran back past the laundry pool, and it was all talking, and it was talking about the board. The board carried the quarters renewal figures for the corridor, printed one to a line, each line the same size as the shift exchanges and the pot debts and the notice about the washing on the light brackets. Lote read down to her row and read the figure and then read the whole line again from the door number in because the first pass had only got her the number. It was higher. She had known it would come in higher, and she had done the sum every way it went, and there was one way it went that worked, and that way needed the shift the seamer had been talking about. Not hers, and it would not be. Behind her, the queue got on with the board. A man 3 ahead was explaining to the woman beside him that the figures were not really higher because the draw allowance had moved, and he was wrong about the allowance, and she did not know enough to tell him so, and he went on being wrong the whole walk to the tap. The reserve plate was over the tap where it had always been. Ring, reserve, stamped in, and 9 hours stamped under it, and the working slot below with the printed slip in it, 3. The metering clerk was down the queue with his hand reader on its strap, taking keys as they came. Lote gave him hers and got it back. "Renewal figures up," she said. "It's up everywhere." Going home, the cans were full and the corridor was fuller, and Cray carried the small one two-handed and changed hands at every door, and would not be relieved of it. And at their own door she got her shoulder in before Lote could, out of habit, on a door that no longer needed it. The vents changed over while Lote was setting the cans down. The big can was half off her hand when the pitch went, and she put it down and stood, because the ring's ventilation changed over at its hours, and this was not one of them. Nothing followed it. The pitch went again a moment later and settled somewhere it had not settled before, low, and then the draft under the door, which had not been there since the cold spell, since the bead, was there, and was going the wrong way. Cray was getting her shoes off. "Leave them on." "You said." "Leave them on." Out in the walkway, the bread had stopped. The corridor smelled of the corridor and of the laundry pool, and then it smelled of the work white end, solvent and hot metal, and something under those, flat and warm, that came the length of the stretch and did not move on. The baker was in her doorway, with a tray in both hands and nowhere to put it. "Is that yours?" she said. "No, it's not mine." The baker set the tray on the deck against her own frame and went back for the other one. Up at the end doors, a man had his door open and a hand out into the walkway, palm up, the way you check a vent. Then he went in and stood under his own vent, and came out and did it in the walkway a second time, in the same place, as though the answer had been the fault of where he was standing. 2 doors along, the young couple who had taken the relet door were arguing about whether to go to work. The welder came out pulling his sleeves down. He went up the corridor towards the work-white end at a walk, and came back at the same walk, which took longer than anyone in the walkway wanted it to take. "Gallery's dogged," he said. "Nobody's on it. That's off the plant." "The plant does that?" "The plant does that on a changeover. It'll be the changeover." He said it to the baker, and then he said it to the seamer, and the seamer put it up the corridor to the end doors, and by the time it came back down, it had lost the "will be" and kept the rest. The lights in the walkway stepped down and came back and stepped down again and stayed down at the low set, the ones over the door numbers, which came on at night when the ring passage went quiet, and which Lot had never once looked at directly. Doors opened all along the stretch. People came out into the walkway and stood in it and faced both ways along it, and the ones who moved towards whoever had spoken last, so that most of the stretch went up to the junction end, and then most of it came back, and the twins went through the middle of all of it at a run because nobody had a hand free to stop them. Lot went to the junction because the board was there, and the plate was there, and because the way out of the corridor was there. The block door at the junction was shut. It was never shut. It stood back in its pocket year in and year out, with a fire notice on the frame and the light bracket that held the washing line, and it was shut, and the indicator beside it was showing the color it showed when the 2 sides did not agree. A man in a claims desk coat had the plate off the control and was doing something behind it with a key. "Don't," said somebody's voice through the door. Through the door and through the frame, so it arrived twice. "Sector sealed. Stay off it." "There's children in here." "Sector sealed. Stay off the door and stay out of the walkway. We're coming through." The claims desk man put the plate back. Nobody thanked him for it, and nobody blamed him for it, and he stood there with the key in his hand, and then went back up the walkway to his own door, where his wife was standing, and they had an argument about whether to shut it that neither of them won. The panel beside the tap carried the ring's supply figures in the same gray the meter used. Lot read them. They stepped down while she was reading them, one after the other, in the order they always stepped when the ring was drawing hard, except that they did not come back up. "How long's it say?" The seamer had come up behind her with her chair still under her arm. "The plate says 3 hours. 3's not bad." "No," Lotte said. Down the corridor, the twins' mother was going door to door asking whether anyone had one of hers, and getting no at every door, and going on to the next one. The baker had put her trays back inside and left her door hooked open, the wrong way round, and nobody had the standing to tell her. The corridor got warm. The far end went first, where the stretch narrowed and the laundry pool had been running, and the warmth came down towards the junction the way the bread came down in the mornings, at about the same pace, and by then the corridor had worked out that this was the pace things came down at. Cray sat on the deck by the tap and worked the hinge open and shut. Somebody had shut the laundry pool off, and the soap smell went with it, and after that the corridor smelled of the corridor and of people, and kept the smell. "Second run," the welder said. He had come back down and had a rag in his hand and no obvious use for it. "There's a second run on this ring. They'll swing the house side onto it and shut the industrial off, and then it's a queue and a lot of paper, and that's all it is. How long swinging it take? 10 minutes, 15 if they've got to walk it." "Is there a second run?" said the claims desk man's wife. "Plate says so," Lotte said. They looked at her because she was the one who read plates. "Access at 19. It's on the plate on the gallery door. 2-path and certified, and the dates under it, 2320. She had read it going past with a jug in her hand, and it had cost her nothing to read. It's stamped on. That went up the corridor faster than the welders had. It came back with people who had not been at the junction to hear it, saying it to people who had. And one of the Endors family had it as 15 minutes by then. And the seamer sat down on her chair to wait out the 15 minutes and did not get up again for a long while. The welder went on saying it, up and down the stretch, to whoever had not had it yet, and got a little less of it back each time. And nobody corrected him, and nobody in that walkway was in a position to. The lights stayed on the low set. Nothing came back. The claims desk man's wife had a view about the industrial side taking the ring's draw, and she put it to the queue at some length. And part of it was true, and the rest of it was about a firm her brother had worked for. And she got as far as saying that this was what came of letting the plant run at night before the welder walked off up the corridor. She finished it anyway, to the woman beside her, who agreed with all of it. Cray stopped working the hinge. Lotte had her sitting up against the bulkhead under the plate with the flask and made her drink some of it, and got the second half into her by counting the mouthfuls out loud, which had worked since the child could count and worked now. I'm hot. I know. When are we going in? When the door opens. A headache came on in the low part of the skull, at the back, where Lotte's came from a long shift and a short night, and she put it down to the low light and the standing. The baker's boy was sick against a bulkhead, and his mother took him in and shut the door, and came out again a moment later to bring the tin off the deck and shut it again. Along the walkway, people had started sitting down, sitting where they were, with their backs to the doors, the way people sit down at the end of a shift, and one or two of them had gone into their own quarters and shut the doors behind them, which the seamer said was the sensible thing, and which Lotte's own body would not let her do, with the walkway that full and the door that shut. You could tell who was still behind which door. The Endors family carried through the bunkside wall, and always had. The welder's wall took everything. The printer shop annex, 3 along, took nothing at all, and had a boy in it who had opinions about music and who had not come out. The two of them came from the work white end. A woman in a plant coat and a young man carrying a slate, both of them with their sleeves down and their collars up, and both of them wet through, having come round through the service stretch from the corridor on the other side of the frames. The woman had a printed sheet folded into quarters and soft at the folds, and pencil on it in a hand that nobody in that walkway knew. Numbers, she said at the first door. What's this one? The young man read the door number off. That doesn't match mine. She turned the sheet over and turned it back. I've got frames. This is all frames. They renumbered the leases, the baker said, year before last, the whole stretch. Right. The woman ran her thumb down the fold. Right. Then we do it by walking. They went by the sheet anyway, and the sheet was quarters with respiratory rigs in them, and the sheet was 4 years old. The woman said she had been given it in 4 and had never had a use for it. She did not say by whom, and nobody asked, and the young man knocked where she pointed. The first door on it was the seamer's, and the seamer had a rig, an old plant set from a yard she had not worked at in years, and it came out with the dust still on the strap. The second was a door that had been relet twice, and had the young couple behind it, and they had no idea what one was, and the question frightened them. The third had 2, and the sheet said 1, and the woman took both and stood in the walkway a moment holding them, working out something she did not say out loud, and then gave one to the twins' mother and kept the other. Then a run of doors where the rig had gone out with the tenant, one after another, 4 in a row. That's the way I'd have bet it, the young man said. Don't. Corin came out to the walkway when they got to his stretch, looked at the sheet over the woman's shoulder, and put his finger on it. That one's gone. They took it out for the shop. He turned the sheet round in her hands. This one, then that one, then you skip 2, then the end doors. I'll walk it. You know the doors? I know the doors. The 3 of them went up the corridor towards the far end, the woman first, and the shrieking door before Corin's went as somebody's family came out of it, and that was the last of that noise for a while, because after that the family were out. The rigs came back down the walkway one at a time. The woman had a way of doing it that made no sense until you had watched it twice. She put a rig on somebody who was already sitting down, moved them along the walkway, and went back for the next one. She gave the 3rd one to the baker and told the baker to hold it to the boy's face and not to strap it, and the baker did not argue. A rig came for Cray, and the young man brought it. The strap went on backwards the first time. The strap would not go short enough, and he pulled it out of the buckle entirely and knotted it, and the mask sat too high, up on the child's eyebrows, and the seal along the bottom stood off her chin by a finger's width. Cray got both hands on it and fought it, and the young man let her and did not tell her not to, and after a while she stopped fighting it and let him work the knot. "Hold it on her," he said to Lot, "your hand, under the chin. Don't let her carry it herself. She'll get tired and drop it and think that's allowed." "How long have I got to hold it?" "Till somebody takes it off her." Lot held it on her. Cray was hot through the shirt and going quiet, the flat kind of quiet that came on her in the last half hour of a long walk, and Lot knew the exact distance the child could do in that state, and the exact distance from the junction to the ring passage, and the 2 of them did not go together. The junction door came off its seal without any warning at all. It went back into its pocket, and there were 4 people in the frame in rigs with lamps on the shoulder, and the first of them was already talking before the door had finished, saying, "Near end first, walk, don't carry anybody who can walk." They came in, and they were quick, and they did not explain anything, and one of them went straight past everybody at the junction and up the corridor with a bar in his hand, and did not come back down while Lot could still see up it. The walkway sorted itself into the sort of queue everyone on Ring 6 knew how to make. Nobody pushed. Somebody near the front went back for a coat and was shouted at by 4 people at once and came back without the coat. The claims desk man locked his door with his key and put the key in his pocket and got in the queue. Lot went along the queue once, from the door back to the laundry pool, with Cray on her hip and her hand under the child's chin, looking at faces in the low lights and at the rigs, which made faces hard. Then she went back to where she had been told to stand and stood there. The man working the door had the queue moving 4 and 4. Lot asked him about the far end. He said the far end was being done. She asked whether they had the doors open up there, and he said the far end was being done, in the same words, in the same voice, without taking his eyes off the count, and put his hand out to move her through. The walk out was slower than the distance. Along the ring passage, the lights were up full, and the air moved on the skin as it did, and people put their hands out to the bulkheads at about the same place, all of them, one after another, which the crews at the passage mouth had clearly seen before, because there were 2 of them standing exactly there. Cray got heavier at about the place she always got heavier, and Lot got her higher and carried her the rest of it. And the hinge went down on the deck somewhere along the passage and was not gone back for. At the spine end they had a table, a woman at it with a slate, and behind her the whole width of the passage filling up with Ring 6 sitting on the deck, and somebody handing out water in printed cups that nobody was collecting back. "Door number." Lot gave it. "How many in it?" "2. "Both here?" "Both here." "Anyone else on your stretch you can give me?" "3 doors up from mine." Lot gave the number. The woman ran the slate up and back. Not through here. He went up the far end with the sheet. Give me the rest of your stretch. Lote gave door numbers. She gave them in the order they went up the walkway from her own, which was the only order she had them in, and the woman with the slate ticked some of them, and did not tick others, and did not say which was which, and asked her twice to go slower. Cray had the rig on still, up on her eyebrows, because nobody had told her she could take it off, and she was not going to be the one who decided. Behind them, down the corridor, lights came back up. All along the stretch at once, house white, the door numbers, and the light brackets, and the washing line, and the seamer's chair standing empty out in the walkway where she had left it, and the baker's door still hooked open. Nobody went back down for any of it. The woman at the table did not look up from the slate. Somebody further along the passage asked who was in 44. Chapter 20. A System Failure. The cut section lay on a pallet outside the gallery mouth with the tarpaulin folded back off one end, the crew's chalk along its flank, and the frame it had come out of chalked under that. Yoss laid her hand across the bore. At the incident post, 6 paces up the corridor, the ring's as-built sheets were pinned to a board where the isolation crews had worked them through the night. 3rd sheet, frame 19, a third of the way down it. Yoss laid her hand across the call-out, went back to the pallet, and did it again. The pipe was fatter than the paper said. A drawing could be out of date. A crew cutting in the dark at the wrong end of a bad night could chalk the wrong frame on a pallet. Yoss wrote both down, and wrote the bore down, and went to find the officer who had run the seal. The Joint Security Watch Commander had been on her feet since the small hours of the previous day, and was working off a slate held at arm's length, which was either the light or her eyes. First call came off the ring's own plant board. Loss of feed, industrial side, no failover indicated. My duty officer walked it, and came back with corridor readings, which is when it stopped being plant and started being people. The declaration came out of the administrator's office. I took the sector under it. 2 branches. 2 branches. The gate wants 2. The watch commander turned the slate round so Yoss could read the log rather than be told it. Plant shut. Blocks cleared outward from the failing run, near side first. Boundary doors dogged behind each block as it emptied. Medical staged at the ring boundary, because I was not putting them inside the seal, and I was told twice that I should. By whom? By people who'd have gone in themselves. The commander took the slate back. Sector clear inside 4 hours. Muster returns reconciled against the residency roll before the halls opened, and everything that didn't reconcile got a name against it and was run down by name. Yoss went down the timings the way she went down anything handed to her intact. The declaration sat where it should. The block order was clean and outward. The muster reconciliation carried 2 signatures, one of them a concession warden of the ring, which no code required. Nothing in it wanted improving. Yoss said so, in 1 sentence, and the watch commander took it like a coat she had not asked for and did not know where to put. 11, though. 11. Sector that size, 4 hours, doors that all worked. The slate went under her arm. I've written it up half the night, and it reads better every time. Mara Sold was in the plant space at the industrial end with her sleeves pushed past the elbow, sorting scrubber cassettes into 2 piles by a criterion she had not shared with anybody. Don't ask me for the cause, Sold said. I don't do pipes. I'm asking you for the air. That I can do. Sold set a cassette down. The feed stops. The ring's environmental draw for that stretch is off that feed. The reserve is what's between you and a problem. and the plate up the corridor posts 3 hours, which is what the plate is allowed to post. It was under 2. It's been under 2 most of a year, because First Call draws the industrial plants across the evening window, and the reserve never rebuilds to where it was. It's in my returns. It's in the capacity tables. Under 2. Under 2, and falling from a corridor already down, and the 2 blocks at the industrial end had the failing run and nothing else. Sold put the cassette back on the wrong pile. The 11 were gone before your watch commander's first officer reached the end of that corridor. She could have been standing in the doorway. There was no second path to fail over to. And the ones in the bay? Ask the physician. He'll tell you the truth and take a long time about it. Sold's hand stopped. I've known Cairn 4 years. He paid me in Seymour chits for a plant I gave him for the room. The plant's still alive, and he isn't. Yoss let that stand where Sold had put it. System failure, Sold said in the flat voice. That's what they're all saying up at the boundary. It's what the paperwork will take. The incident recorder had a table at the boundary with the classification field keyed and the roll open beside it. Yoss read the head of the form over his shoulder. System failure, environmental. Cause under investigation. When does it close? End of the day. 2400 station. The recorder said it the way a man says an opening time. Everything on the roll at the close is the incident. Anything after the close is a medical matter and goes on its own certificate under the physician's hand with the incident referenced. How many at the close? 11, unless somebody in the bay dies before it, and the bay's been told to notify me direct if that changes. The recorder turned the roll round without being asked. Second time that morning somebody had done that. It's a form with a closing time. I know what it is. Most people don't. Reopening a closed roll takes the concession's concurrence as well as ours. Yoss put her initials in the officers' column and gave him back his stylus. Down the boundary corridor, the halls had their doors chalked open, and volunteer crews were going in and out with water and with folding cots off the garrison stores. Sahi had come off the line at the end of the stoppages shift and walked to Ring 6 and had not come back. She had known where he was since yesterday evening. Yoss went the other way, up towards the residential stretch. Statements were being taken in the second hall off the boundary, 3 tables and a queue that had sorted itself out by a rule nobody had posted. Lote was at the far table with the child asleep across 2 chairs beside her under a borrowed coat, and her hands folded on the table the way people fold them when they have already answered most of this once. Yoss took the seat opposite and took the statement herself. It came in order, and it did not decorate anything. The smell first, before the plate did anything. Scorch, but wet with it. The laundry pool caught its element in the spring, and it smelled like that. So I went out to the pool. The pool was cold. What time? I don't know the time. The strings had stopped, and they stop when he goes to his shift, so after that. Lote turned one hand over. No, before. He was still on the phrase when I came back past. Put it that he was still playing. That's better than a time. Then the plate at the corridor head. It reads 3 hours when it's fine, and it read nothing at all, which I'd never seen it do. I went down to the block door at the end, and the block door would not cycle. That door has always dragged on the last hand's width, and you get it with your shoulder. It wasn't dragging. It had nothing behind it. What did you do? Went back for the child and out the other way, up to the junction and through the market end with everyone else. Lote's hands stayed where they were. There were people going the wrong way at first, because that's where the tap is, and people go where the tap is. Then somebody had a list and started knocking the doors on it, and that sorted itself. Whose list? Nobody I know. They weren't from the ring. They had it on paper. Jas wrote that down and did not say what it was. Corin, Lot said, in the same voice as the rest of it. 3 doors along. He's on your 11. He is. Right. Lot looked at the child for a moment and came back. He owed me the pot from Tuesday, and he'd have paid it. I want that written somewhere, and I know it isn't a thing you write. Jas wrote it anyway, at the foot, in the officer's hand, where it would not have to be sworn to. One more. Between your door and the block door, was there anywhere else to walk to? No. You're sure? I'm the one who reads the plates, Lot said. Nobody else on that corridor does, and I've never made a thing of it. The gallery access at 19 has its plate on the outside of the door, and I've read it going to the tap for a year and a half. Frame number, 2-path rating, certified 2320. There's a tag on a wire under it. She had had those words in her mouth since yesterday. 2-path means there's a second one. That's what it means, isn't it? That's what it means. Then there wasn't one. Lot unfolded her hands and folded them the other way. Can I ask you something that isn't yours? The lease. It runs while I'm in a hall. Nobody at either table knows who I ask. I don't either, Jas said. I'll find out who does and send you the name. That'll be a short list. The house lighting ran warm as far as the last door on the residential stretch and went work white after it. The gallery access stood at frame 19, dogs off, a crew lamp rigged inside. The plate was where Lotte had described it, and so was the tag. Card in a sleeve on a twist of wire, dated, the wire uncut, the card clean enough to read as arm's length. The Concession's fit-out engineer for that frame set was inside with the sheets, and he was young, and had been in the gallery since before the light came up. You'll want the isolation, he said. I want the run. The engineer took her along it. One pipe on its saddles, lagged, running the length of the gallery on the low side, through the frame web at 19 by a single penetration, sleeved and sealed and painted at the build. Jas put the lamp on the web either side of it. The steel was unpierced, original paint, original weld line, no plug, no blank, no second sleeve, no scar where a second sleeve had been cut out and made good. Nobody had ever put a second pipe through that frame. Show me the sheet. The sheet came out of his pack. 2 runs through frame 19, a duty run and a standby, each through its own penetration, a changeover set on the gallery side of the web, the pair of them at a bore that would have gone through her handspan with room. That's the master design, he said. That's what the pack says. That's not what's in front of us. No. Then, because he was young and honest and had been awake too long, no, it isn't. Jas gave him room to make it go away. A man who could would try. The changeover isn't here, he said instead. It isn't anywhere. I've walked the gallery twice looking for it, telling myself it's at the next frame set. It isn't at the next frame set either. I went and looked at 4. Where's the certificate? Registry holds the instrument with the certifying contractor's records. Retrieval's in hand. The panel asked for it 2 days ago. He was already going into his pack. There's a face copy in the ring's operating pack. There has to be. It's what we work off. The engineer printed it and gave it to her and did not ask anybody first. 1 instrument, issued 2320, redundancy certification, environmental trunk runs. Rings 5, 6, 7, and 8. 4 rings, Jas said. 4 rings, 1 certificate. That's normal. You certify the design, and it covers the runs built to it. He said normal, and then stood with his mouth slightly open, hearing it back. How many runs does it cover? I don't know. My pack is my frame sets. He wrote on his own slate and stopped halfway. I can ask the registry. I'm off this ring on the next roster anyway, Across to 8, so I'll be sitting next to their people. When were you told that? This morning. A shrug with no weight in it at all. It's a rotation. They do it. Jos folded the face copy once and put it inside her coat. The warden's offices sat on the throat side past the route counter, where the corridors ran quieter and colder, and the traffic was all people with business. Ines Halden had the ring capacity tables up on a board along one wall, because they went to Geneva under Item 9, and everything that went to Geneva under Item 9 came through her office first. Jos put the face copy on the desk and told her what was in the gallery at frame 19. Halden read the copy through, once at her own speed, and did not touch it. You want an authentication? I want the one seal on this station nobody can lean on. I understand what you want. Halden set the copy back where Jos had put it. The answer is no, and I would rather give it to you in the first minute than the 20th. Warden. Route authentication. Wound access. Scientific custody. Expedition certification. Public cost records. Quarantine of anomalous returns. Halden went through it without hurry and without looking anything up. That is my schedule. It is written down. It is short on purpose, and a redundancy certificate for a leased environmental trunk in a build ring is not in it. That belongs to the civil administration's building function and to the concession's own technical body, and those are the two bodies you have. One of which issued it. Yes. And you can read a document? I can read a document. So can you, and you have. Halden's hands stayed flat on the desk. Put my seal on that instrument, and the seal is void the moment anyone with a lawyer reads my schedule. Then everything downstream of it is irregular. Your gallery, your penetration, your engineer's face copy, all of it taken under a color of authority that did not exist. The Concessions Council would never have to argue the pipe. They would argue me, and they would win. That's the answer you'd give if it were about a berth. It is the answer I give. Jos stood with her weight back on one heel and let a silence run that she knew she was using. 11, she said. Yes. I'll write down that you were asked. Write it down. Halden did not move. Write the date as well, and the hour, and what I said. If it is ever worth anything to anybody, I would rather it was accurate. Nothing came after that for a while. Down the corridor, somebody was moving a hand truck over a threshold plate, twice, the way you do when the first go doesn't clear it. Ring 6's numbers are on that board, Halden said. They are bad numbers. They have been bad a year, and they show a posted reserve running under the plate rating. Every one of them is arithmetic done on a master design showing 2 runs. There is no figure anywhere in my office that would have told you there was one. I know. You had not been told? No. Now you have. Halden turned a quarter towards the board and then did not go to it. The tables are public cost records. That is mine. They will be copied to you within the hour, and you will not have to ask in writing. At the door, Jos stopped and did not apologize, and had nothing else to say that would have been true. The hall had emptied out to its midday quiet, and Sahi was at the water point at the end of it, with a rank of flasks and a tap that ran slow. "You've been in the sector since first light," he said. "I have." "Right." He moved the full flask off and put an empty one under. "There's a stew of some sort. It's not good, and there's a lot of it. I've eaten." Sahi looked at her for about as long as that deserved and went back to the tap. "Second table's got the rings people on it. Somebody should ask them about leases. They keep asking me, and I'm a docker." "Somebody's asking." "Good." The tap ran. "I'll be here tonight." "I know." That was all of it, and she went out through the chalked doors and up towards the industrial end. Nuri Barak was at the head of the residential stretch, with a printed list in a board clip and a stub of pencil, working the doors one at a time. Ring 4's frame number on the thigh of his coveralls, gray coming in over the one ear. He had come across a ring and a half and had told nobody he was coming. Investigator. You're marking it up. I'm marking it wrong. Barak turned the board so she could see the pencil work, all in one column. Number 11 split into 2 sublets in the spring and kept the number. So whoever knocked 11 knocked one door and there were 2. 15 and 16 moved to ring 7 a year back, and I never took them off. 3 rigs gone off the list entirely. Sold, I'd say. And I'd have sold them too, sitting in a cupboard 4 years doing nothing. 2 more had cartridges past their date, which gets you a bad hour instead of a good one. And the ones that worked? Can't mark those. Barak said it with no weight in it at all. It's arithmetic. I can count a door that failed because there's a door and a name, and I can stand in front of it. There's no door for the other thing. Somebody at the boundary told me 30-odd this morning like he was handing me something. He was, and I couldn't take it, and I was short with him, and he didn't deserve that. Barak moved down to the next door and wrote on it. You can't have 30-odd. There's a corridor where fewer people died than would have. Yas let him work 2 more doors. Your roll closes tonight, he said. 11. It does. It'll be 13. Barak did not look up from the clip. I went through the bay this morning because most of them in there came out through my doors, and I wanted to see what came of it. There are 2 who aren't going to make it, and there's nobody in that bay pretending otherwise. Ask the physician. He'll say it more carefully than I have, and he'll mean the same thing. The roll won't take them. No, and I'm not saying it should. The form closes at the end of the day. If it didn't close, you'd never certify anybody, and this ring has funerals to do. He wrote and moved on. 2 counts, that's all. Yours and the sector's, and this ring will keep the one it can put names to. You'd have had the roll say 13. I'd have had the doors say what they were. Barak stopped at the next door, which carried a chalk mark already from somebody else's night. I put that list in front of the sector board 4 years ago. Cartridge cycling, a proper register, somebody to walk it twice a year and take the dead names off. It came to money, and it came to a person's time, and it went nowhere, 4 years running, and every year the reason was that nothing had happened. It's on the minutes, same reason on all 4. Barak turned round. So who pays for that? 11 on your roll, and 13 in the bay, and 30-odd nobody can count, and a list wrong at 8 doors on one stretch because I'm one man doing it in the evenings. Which desk is that? Whose file? I'd like to be told because I'll go and stand at it. There isn't one, Yas said. No. Barak unclipped the list, squared it, and clipped it back. I know. It'll be different by Thursday. Barak went back to the doors. Yas came out through the sector boundary at the end of the shift, past the medical staging and the chalked halls and the dogged plant doors, and through the transfer into Ring 5 where nothing had happened. The corridors were bright and full. A printer stall with a queue 4 deep, somebody frying real onions, 2 women arguing over a rhoda pinned to a wall, a child's boots drying outside a door. The house lighting ran warm the length of it, and went work white at the last door, the way it did in every ring the same houses had built. The trunk gallery access was where it would be. 4 dogs on the door, cold, unpainted at the grip. The plate carried the frame number, the run's 2-path rating, a certification dated 2/30/20, a tag on a wire beneath, and the instrument's reference stamped along the bottom edge. Yas held the face copy up beside it and read the 2 references off against each other twice. Behind that door was leased plant, certified sound on an instrument nobody had yet produced, in a ring where no emergency had been declared and no sector was sealed and nobody had died. Yoss had worked here since the founding and could not name the office that would hear her ask for it to be opened. A door opened somewhere behind her and shut again, and the frying smell came up the corridor. Yoss wrote down the frame number and the reference and went to find the next one. Chapter 21. The Blame Market. And I'll give you the dates because the dates are the whole of my argument, Morrow said. The berths stopped on the 31st. The run failed on the 35th. In between, my ring plants ran on night watches and duty fitters because the men who serviced them were standing at a gate with everybody else's men. I did not send anyone to fetch them, and I want that on the minute, too. The long chamber off the relay heart had been laid out for a negotiation and was being used for something with no name in the terms of reference. 3 benches aside, the delegates on them in the order they had arranged for themselves at the panel and had not changed since. The Concession at the foot with a counsel writing steadily. Tattering at the end nearest the door, Cap on the table in front of him. Halden 2 seats along from Cade, with her own register open and nothing yet in it. The canopy housing over the table stood empty where the cash module had been broken out for the bench, and nobody had replaced it. Cade had the day's papers in front of her and had not opened them. 4 days, said the Ring 4 bench. 4 days is not a maintenance failure. It is a week of small ones nobody was there to catch. Morrow did not raise her voice for it and did not need to. I am not saying the stoppage killed anyone. I am saying a ring is a machine that gets walked every day by people who know it. And for 4 days, nobody walked it. And on the 5th day, something in it went. If you want that examined, examine it. I'll pay for the examination. Corrigan let her finish and let a beat go past the finish. Ring 6's access plate posts the reserve at 9 hours, he said. That's the plate on the wall, and the whole sector walked past it twice a day for 2 years. After first call, it was 4 on paper. On the 35th, it was under 2. He had his hands flat on the bench in front of him and left them there. 4 days of anything doesn't take 7 hours off a reserve. That was taken over 2 years, in a schedule, by people signing instructions in an office, and the residents were never told the figure had moved because nothing anywhere requires anyone to tell them. The suspension is on your table, Morrow said. 2 rings, 90 days, since the 33rd. The panel has not answered it. We've had 11 funerals since the 35th, Corrigan said. Morrow wrote something short on her own sheet and did not answer it. The dock bench had been waiting through both of them. Its senior delegate came up the way dockmen stand, all at once and without preamble. I'll say the thing nobody in here will say, and I'll take what comes for it, he said. Those rings were built for the people who were let in. Then more were let in. 2,100 off the Vascre line in 2 years, most of them into 6 and 7, on top of a build that was already lit. Every one of them draws air and washes and cooks, and none of that is a crime. But the plant was sized for a number. The number went up, and nobody put a meter of pipe in after it. He was still standing. And 340 of my hands were idle the month it happened, so don't anybody tell me the load's imaginary. Down the far bench, the Ring 6 delegate had an empty chair on either side of her, the same as every sitting since the panel's first, and had gone on writing through all of it. 2,100 people, she said, without looking up, did not certify a pipe. Nobody answered her. The dock delegate sat down. Charing waited until the room went quiet on its own, and then turned his cap a quarter turn on the table. "Administrator, I have a question from Geneva, and I'd rather ask it here than have it reach you sideways." Nothing in his voice moved. "Command has asked whether the failure in Ring 6 has any connection to systems presently under allocation dispute. That is the wording. I have no view, but I am instructed to ask it and to report the answer. An affirmative makes this a security matter. My mandate covers compact infrastructure. Nobody has told me what that phrase means, and a finding of that kind would define it for me by accident." "And a negative?" Cady said. "A negative is 11 civilians and a pipe, and I go back to unloading my own rotation." Every answer in that chamber paid its owner. Morrow's bought back a certificate. Corrigan's bought the lease renegotiation the panel had twice failed to force. The docks bought a case against admissions and against the men taking their shifts. Charing's bought Geneva the definition it had been asking for since the hearing and would be extremely sorry to have. Cade let the room run a few minutes more and then put her pencil down flat. "Which of you can open a pipe?" she said. Down both benches the arguing stopped in the untidy way arguing stops, in pieces. "Not which of you would like one opened, which of you can open one. We'll break for the interval and come back on that. And I'd like the concessions engineer at the table and Ring 4's plant lead at the table, and everybody else can listen." The chamber came back half its delegates short, and a row of clerks up, and the two men Cade had asked for sat down opposite one another without acknowledging that they had been put there. The concessions engineer was 50-odd and had come off a ship's plant before he came to the rings. He laid his instrument histories out in a fan and spoke to the papers rather than the room, which Cade put down as honesty rather than evasion. "The program is 90 days, he said, every run in the 4 rings repathed to the drawing, outboard face inward so the occupied blocks come last. 90 days is what 22 runs take when you can close one at a time and cannot close any of them dry. I have no shorter version of it to give you." A page turned. "As to holding, I have meter histories on every run under the certificate going back to the fit-out. Pressure, flow, draw against rating, hour by hour. Nothing in that set is trending toward the Ring 6 line's failure profile. At present, draw the set is stable, and I'll put my name to it. I have read the certificate and every schedule under it. There is nothing in the paper that says these rings are anything other than what they were built to be." The man believed it. Cade watched him say it, and could find nothing underneath it anywhere. Barak had not brought a fan of anything. He had a slate on his knee and did not look at it. 11 days at present load, Barak said. The engineer's head came up. "That's an estimate," Barak said. "I've walked ring pipe on this station since Ring 4 was 3 frames and a tarpaulin. The 6 line failed like a run carrying its neighbor's work. Which means the neighboring runs carried 6s for a while first, and they've been doing it since, and they're doing it now, at a load that hasn't come down because 13,000 people still have to breathe. Your meters read against the rating on the drawing. Mine's a reading against pipe. 11 days at present load before something in 5 or 7 goes the same way. Take the load down and you buy days. Take enough down and you buy the 90. Take it down how, the Ring 4 bench said. Shed the industrial draw, all of it, all 4 rings. That is the entire tenanted process load of the concession build, Morrow said. You would be closing the ring's economy for 3 months on one man's arithmetic and entering it in the minutes as a schedule. It is, Barak said. I've got the arithmetic here. Nobody has asked to see it in 4 years. Cade turned to her left. Warden, which of those 2 readings governs? Halden closed her register with her finger inside it. Neither, on my seal, she said. My authority reaches wound facts and root facts. A trunk forecast in a residential ring is neither. She opened the register again. What I'll do is enter in my own record, in my hand, that the question was put to this office today and declined, with the reason. That's no use to anybody, somebody said from the Ring 8 bench. No, Halden said, and went back to writing. Cade took the daysheet out from under the unopened papers. She had written the list on the back of it at some point in the night, in handwriting that had gone since the 35th, and she read it off as it stood. I'm going to say what this office can do and what it cannot, once, so that nobody here has to learn it at a counter. Ring 6 was sealed on the 35th. My declaration, joint securities concurrence under it, 2 branches of 3, which is what the instrument asks for. The block doors shut, the sector cleared, in hours, by people who had never done it. That power is real. We used it. It worked, and I'll use it again on any day one of you can show me a sector to seal. Nobody said anything. Down the table, the council had stopped writing. Here is the rest. I cannot compel the opening of 22 runs that sit under lease in occupied rings. That takes the leaseholder's consent or a lawful order, and there is no order I can write. I cannot set aside a certification that is sound on its face. My opinion of a document is not a finding, and this office was never given the power to make one. I cannot close 4 inhabited rings for 90 days, because closing them means moving 13,000 people, and there is nowhere on this station to put them, and no power in my hands to make one. I cannot rule which of these 2 men the station is obliged to believe. There is no test in the instrument and no arbiter named in it. On the day something else fails, the question will answer itself, and the answer will be admissible, and it will have cost whatever it costs. She put the sheet down. And if I did any of it anyway, there is no body on this station that would hear an appeal against me, because we never built one. I have signed that omission 4 times myself in 4 budgets, and each time it was the cheapest line to cut. The engineer looked at his fan of papers. Barak gave her the small nod he gave a figure he agreed with. Chair, Moreau said, may I be practical? Please. You want a run opened. Take 2. 5 and 7, my house's own people, my own instruments, and your plant leads standing at the shoulder of whoever holds the light. No station order, no compulsion, no argument about my leases. I will have it moving this week. She said it evenly, and she meant it. The woman had never in 4 years offered a thing she did not mean. In exchange, the panel enters the word it was asked for on the 33rd. The certification is sound. I am not asking anyone to lie for me. I am asking them to write down what my engineer has just put his name to in front of you. No publication of what the walk finds, Corrigan said. Findings to my houses and to this office, not to a feed. Then the panel won't write it, Corrigan said. Not because I think you're lying to me, because the word travels further than the walk does, and by the time anybody finds out the walk happened, the word will have been standing on its own for a month. Morrow turned one hand over on the table and left it there. Then we are where we were on the 33rd. Cade closed the daysheet into the papers. We are, thank you, Chair. Then to the room, before anybody could open it again, interval. The warden's entry stands as read. This office will post the incident notice tonight, and it will say what is known. The chamber came apart into its parts. The caterer's trolley came in at the passage door, the delegates got up in twos, and the Ring 8 delegate stayed on his feet at the end of his bench with his coat already over his arm, talking across the gap to the two nearest him and not troubling to bring his voice down. "One certificate," he said. "One. 4 rings, 22 runs, 9 houses, 1 piece of paper. You don't get 1 piece of paper by accident. Somebody sat in a room and said, 'We'll do it this way,' and buy the certificate once. And I'll tell you where the room was. It was on the 8 frame before the second signing, and half the trade side could tell you who was in it. And now the registry can't lay hands on the document. A registry that invoices you inside a day. They're not looking for it. They're deciding what it should have said." One of the Ring 4 men said something short. "And why 6? The Ring 8 delegate said. "Ask yourself why it was 6. Cheapest ground on the build, the last let, and the people in it haven't got a vote between them. If that run had been under the old Corps, we'd have 4 inspections by now, and somebody would be in a cell." "There was no such meeting," Morrow said from the foot of the table. The delegate looked at her for a moment and then picked his folder up off the bench. "No," he said, "there wouldn't have been." Cade left her pencil where it lay. In 4 years of signing the house's paper, she had never once known the 9 of them do a single thing in one room. They filed 9 of everything, separately, in 9 hands, and argued about the wording afterwards. The likelier answer was that nobody had sat anywhere and decided anything, and there was no way to put that into this chamber, at an interval, without it arriving as a defense of the concession. At the side desk, the clerks had the folders stacked and the minute closed. One of them went out with the day's bundle under his arm and stopped in the passage to hold the door for the trolley, and said something to the man pushing it, and both of them laughed the way people laugh at a thing that has just been confirmed for them. The floor of the relay heart at the change of watch was doing what it did, the cues bent round the pillar, the driftboard chalked, the noodle counter 3 deep and shouting. 10 paces from the foot of the stair, a man selling printed cases off a barrow had all of it already. "1 certificate for 4 rings," he was telling a customer who had come to buy a case. "Signed in a room on the 8 frame the week before the second signing. That's why the registry's gone quiet." Cade went past him and up the outboard ramp with her coat over her arm. The memorial space had been a survey store until they needed it, and the plate on the door had nothing cut into it yet. 2 women came out as she reached it, and a man went in with a folded jacket held in both hands. Cade stopped at the door and stood there while he went the length of the room and then went on up the ramp toward the office. The clerk had the incident notice drafted and set at the center of the desk, ready, "Good work done fast," with the word "unexplained" in the second line. Not that word. "It was the notice from the 36th administrator. I can read what it was." Cade pulled the sheet across and struck the line through hard enough to score the desk under it. 11 dead. Cause under investigation by joint security. Findings to be posted. The clerk took the sheet back to her own desk and retyped it. Cade did not call her back and did not go out to her. The list on the back of the day sheet had 4 lines on it, and the first line was 1 word. Cade took the other 3 first. Barak on the plant channel, no greeting at either end. The list of quarters, the rig quarters, the sticking doors, who is alone and who cannot walk far, extended off ring 4 and across 5 to 8 before anything else went. Barak wanted to know who was funding it. Nobody. That was the answer he had expected. He would need doors opened, he said. Half of 6 and 7 was sublets 3 deep, and a sublet does not answer a stranger with a slate. Cade said she would get him the delegates. Barack said he would sooner have Corrigan's name on it than the office's, and rang off on the arrangement rather than the exchange. Sewell next, at her own bench. Readings off the concession side meters in 5 and 7, taken by her people while they were in the rings on their own work. Nothing written, nothing addressed to anybody. That's concession plant. It is. A pause with a cup going down in it. 4 a day, and honest, and my name is nowhere near it, and if it turns up on a schedule, I'll say I did it off my own back, which will be true. Third, the letting office on the Ring 8 frame, and the clerk who had brought her tea she had not asked for on a morning in the spring. That one took longer, because it had to be asked properly. The certificate would come into the registry out of the certifying contractor's records at some point, and Cade wanted the hour it arrived. "I'd want to not be in a minute anywhere," the woman said. "I can't promise that. If it goes to a bench, whoever helped me gets asked how." The line stayed open a while. "The hour it lands," the woman said. "Not the contents. I'm not going in the file." Cade drew a line through 3 of the 4 and went down to the trade side. The back room behind the dry store's counter had a pan on the coil ring and a customer just leaving it, and Rel was writing in a ledger with the brass washer parked on the page as a weight. "It's not Tuesday," he said. "It isn't." "Then either the station's on fire or you've come for something." "The station's not on fire. I checked at lunch." Rel got the second cup down off the shelf anyway and did not fill it. "The redundancy certificate on the ring trunks," Cade said. "The one issued in 20. There's an inspection under it. I want the name of whoever signed the inspection." "Not the certificate." "The panel's been asking the registry for the certificate since the 33rd and getting patience by return. I don't want the document. I want the man." Rel put the stylus down across the ledger. "Joint security can compel that out of the registry. 5 days. Notice to produce, then the argument about scope, then the file. And I'm 2. You're 2. I'm 2 if he's alive and on paper. 3 if he's one of those." He turned the washer over on the page with one finger. "What's it worth?" "The tender apron for your master with the mixed load. 1 more turn, same terms, still logged. A word to the harbor clerk about your consignment sitting in the trade side hold on a custody flag it doesn't need, and the good tin, which is in my coat. That's 3 things. It's 3 small things. It's 3 small things for a name that'll take me 2 days and cost me a favor I've been saving." Rel was already back to the ledger, which was how he said yes. "The name alone, or do you want what he was paid?" "Then the name. Then what he was paid." "Then it's 2 names, isn't it? Because a man like that never gets paid by the man who wanted the work done." He shut the ledger on the washer. 2 days. Leave the tin. Cade put it on the shelf beside the brass helmet, stamp outward. "Still no grinder," she said. "My man's still looking. It's an epic, that look." Chapter 22. What a Chair is For. 13 names ran down the left of the sheet in Corrigan's own hand, and the last 2 were in a different ink, written standing up in a medical section corridor with a pen borrowed off a porter. The panel's clerk had the roll open on his slate beside it, and the roll said 11. "Say the procedure again," Corrigan said, slowly, as though I'm going to have to say it to a hall full of people, because I am. The clerk turned the slate so they could both read it, more than most men in a civil branch collar would have done at that hour, in that building, with the cots running away down the hall behind him. The incident roll was opened by the Joint Security Duty Officer at the Seal on the 35th and closed at the end of that day. 11 names on it. That's the roll of the incident, and it's what the incident is for every purpose there is. And my too. died in the medical section, certified by the medical branch on their own certificates, cause of death the injuries they came in with. That's where it sits. The medical branch is right and the incident officer is right, and neither of them is doing anything to you. Then put my 2 on the roll. The office can't. A closed roll reopens on the concurrence of the 3 parties that opened it: civil administration, joint security, and the leaseholder of the sector it happened in. The administrator signed hers before the request came in. Joint security signed theirs the same morning. The third is the concession, and their counsel has advised against in writing, and a written advice isn't undone by anybody asking twice. Why? You'd have to ask them, and you'd get a letter. The clerk braced the slate against his forearm. If you want my guess, they're protecting every claim that will ever be measured against that roll. I'd advise the same if I were theirs. It isn't personal to your 2. Corrigan looked down the hall while that arrived and did not do anything with it. The panel minutes 13. The panel can minute that its chair said 13. It can't minute 13 as a count. The panel doesn't certify counts. The clerk paused a beat. The panel doesn't certify anything, Chair. You said so yourself at the first sitting, and I wrote it down. You did. Corrigan folded the sheet along its old crease. 1 door, then. 1. I'll use it this morning. The hall had gone up as a market annex and had held cots since the 35th, rows of them under the roof lights with the aisles chalked on the deck, blankets stacked by the door where a woman from Ring 6 had made a lending counter out of them, with a ledger and rules and a hot tap at the far end whose queue had worked out its own order and enforced it without anybody raising a voice. Half the room was asleep in the middle of the morning because half the room worked nights. Somebody had strung a blanket across a corner for a family, and nobody had made them take it down. A man in a plant hand's coveralls came up out of the aisle with his slate held out. His block was still sealed, his tools were in it, his firm had put him on half pay and now wanted him back at a bench he could not reach, and he wanted to know who to write to. Nobody, Corrigan said. There's no office that hears it. Write to your firm, in the words you just used on me, copy it to the clerk here today, he's the one with the collar, and when there's a bundle of them, it stops being your problem and starts being theirs. That'll take a fortnight, and it may not work. Don't lose the half pay in the meantime. The man had come loaded for a longer conversation and went back down the aisle reading his own slate. Milik came up the same aisle a minute later with her shift bag over one shoulder and her boots in her hand, walking on the balls of her feet the way you do in a room where half the people are asleep. Advocate. Row 4? Row 4. She sat on the end of somebody else's cot to put the boots on. You're a long way down the ring for a Tuesday. Names. Mine's not on it. No. Then it's been a wasted morning. Milik pulled the first lace through and dragged it tight. It's warm in here and the tap runs all night, which is more than the sublet managed. I was 3 weeks off the end of that anyway. They'll want the month whether the block opens or not, and I'll pay the month. So don't. Don't what? Whatever it was you were going to say next. She started the second boot. You've got that face on. It's the one you had when you were 9. There's a claims desk sitting Thursdays on the trade side. It's a form and 20 minutes. There's a shift on, and I'd rather have the shift. Milik stood, stamped the heel down, and hitched the bag. Go and count something. Milik went out past the blanket counter and stopped there a moment to say something to the woman with the ledger, and the woman laughed at whatever it was, and neither of them looked back down the hall. Corrigan put the folded sheet in his inside pocket and buttoned it, and told the clerk they were due at the Hart in 40 minutes. The panel's room still smelled of sealant, and the swivel chair still listed to port. Corrigan squared it with his heel and did not sit. The certificate came in on the Council's knee in a document wallet with the Concession registry seal across the flap, 7 days after the panel had asked for it, and the Council handed it up the table himself. As issued, Chair, and a schedule behind it. Corrigan read it once through, standing, and then sat down and read it again with a straight edge under the lines. One sheet, the redundancy certification of the environmental trunk runs of rings 5 through 8 raised in 2300, referencing the ring set's master design by its drawing number, certifying the runs as constructed two-path throughout, signed by the certifying contractor and countersigned in 2 places. Behind it, the schedule. Every run in the 4 rings listed by frame reference, and against each one, a date and a set of initials. The dates ran in a sensible order, a handful of runs to a day, with a gap in them where a man might reasonably have been somewhere else. The paper was heavy, the print was clean, and all of it had been made by people who knew how to make one. Corrigan read it a 3rd time and put it flat on the table. Chair, the Ring 6 delegate had her stylus up. It's in order, Corrigan said. Along the Ring 4 bench, somebody made a sound. I'd rather say it in this room than have you read it off a feed. There's nothing wrong with this document. It says what a good one says, and every run in 4 rings has a date beside it. To go behind it, you'd have to open the runs, all of them, every frame in that schedule, plate by plate, in 4 rings with people living in them. There's no other road. I've spent the morning looking for one, and it isn't there. He turned the schedule round so the near half of the table could see the columns. So that's the motion. The panel advises the administrator that the trunk runs in this schedule be opened and looked at, and it says so today. The Council stood up against the wall, unhurried, with a slim folio open on his forearm. Chair, before the panel resolves that, I'd ask it to hear 1 page from your own instruments. Read it. The founding admission instrument, 4 years ago. 9 concurrences inside a day under an emergency, at the door. The Council found his place without hunting for it. Clause 9, numbered inside the operative part, where it can't be dropped in the copying, at the request of the officer commanding the only hull at the throat with a containment competence, who was asked to concur and would not. I do not concur. I contain. He let the folio rest. He was right about the hazard, as it turned out, and rather quickly. The instrument stands anyway. It is cited every time the admission is cited, and his refusal is cited with it, which was the administrator's own doing, and to her credit. Your point, Counsel? That this station acts fastest when it is frightened, and writes the objection into the paper afterwards, and has never once had to answer for one. The Council turned to the table rather than to the chair. Members, you are being asked to advise the administrator to enter privately leased plant in 4 inhabited rings against a certification valid on its face on a forecast that the one office on this station with an authenticating competence has declined, because it isn't a wound matter, and the warden will not certify outside her authority, not even to be helpful. There is no organ of the Cairn that can do what your chair has just moved. Not the administrator, not a 2 of 3 gate, not joint security, and not this room. If you resolve it regardless, you will have done it because you are frightened. And in 40 years, somebody's counsel will read your Clause 9 back to somebody's panel. The Ring 7 delegate said, at length, that fairness must run both ways, and that a resolution of that kind would be read badly by lenders. Nobody stopped him, and nobody agreed with him. Corrigan let him finish and went straight back at the wall. Name me the organ that can, Counsel, any office, any branch, any gate. Name it, and the motion comes off the table. There isn't one. I know there isn't. I wanted it minuged that you said it. Corrigan nodded to the clerk, who was already writing, word for word and the time on it. Barak spoke from the visitor's bench without standing, the same as he did everything. Nuri Barak, plant lead, ring 4. 11 days at present load. I gave that on the 38th, and I've had 2 days since to move it, and I haven't moved it. The concessions engineer says 90, and he's a serious man, and I've read his working. The warden won't authenticate either of us. His slate stayed dark on his knee. So there are 2 dates in this room, and no office that can choose between them. And I'd like that minuted as well, because when one of them comes true, I don't want a week of people saying, nobody said. Nobody answered him. The clerk wrote it down. Corrigan let the quiet run on to the end of its useful length, and then went at the foot of the table. Chair Morrow. 2 of my sector's people died of injuries they took in a Ring 6 corridor on the 35th. They're on separate certificates. Yours is the concurrence that's missing from the roll, and I'm asking you for it here rather than in a letter. You'll have had my counsel's advice by now. I've had his. I want yours. Morrow closed the folio on her knee and gave him the whole of her attention, which was a thing she did rarely and never for effect. Mine's the same, and I won't dress it up for you. A closed roll is what every claim against my houses will be measured against for as long as any of us are working. I reopen it for your 2, and I've reopened it for everything, in front of a node feed, on advice I was given in writing and ignored. She did not hurry any of it. What I can do, I'll do before noon. My houses will pay the families of those 2 exactly what they pay the families of the 11. Same schedule, same figure, no distinction anywhere in the paper. And I'll have it drawn so that nobody's clerk can find one later. That is not the roll. I'm not going to pretend to you that it is. No, Corrigan said, it isn't. Take it anyway. I'll take it. Morrow stood then and put her hand on the back of her chair. Chair, members, I asked your clerk for the floor before this sitting opened, and I'd rather use it now than after your motion, because in an hour it will look as though I bought the motion off you, and I would like the minute to show the order things came in. She waited for the clerk's stylus. My houses will open every environmental trunk run in the 4 rings, all 22, whatever the paper says about any of them, and repath every one that needs it. 2 path throughout to a specification the administrator's own engineers write and my people build to, inspected by whoever she appoints, at my house's cost in full. No charge against a lease, no recovery, no levy. And if this panel wants the figure, my clerk will read it into your minute this morning. 90 days. The first plate lifts tomorrow. The Ring 4 bench came off its chairs and had to be sat down again by its own senior man. 4 things go with it, and I'll state them myself rather than leave them for your chair to find at the bottom of a page. 1. The works are voluntary. My houses concede nothing and admit nothing, and the certification stands as issued until an office with the competence takes it down. 2. The survey this panel asked for at its first sitting is discharged as superseded. I'm not standing crews down for 3 weeks so a surveyor can write me a report about a run I am pulling out. 3. While my people are in those runs, my people are the only people in those runs. 1 crew in a live trunk. Morrow looked along the table. That last one is not a lawyer's condition. Ask any plant lead in the room. Every head that mattered went to the visitor's bench. It's correct, Barak said. 2 crews in a live trunk is how you get a 3rd incident. I'd say the same about my own ring. 4. Morrow had not sat down. On the 33rd, I offered this panel first call off 2 of the 4 rings for 90 days. That offer is withdrawn. It was made to end a stoppage, and the stoppage is over, and I will not carry a suspension of the term and a repath of 4 rings in the same quarter. My houses will not authorize both, and I would not ask them to. The suspension goes. The works stand in its place. The Ring 6 delegate stylus stopped for the second time in 2 sittings. Say what that is in plain words, she said. It's the allocation, Morrow said. You asked for the draw to come off your rings. For 90 days it would have. Now it won't. And instead the pipe under you gets pulled out and put back the way the drawing always said it was. I'm not going to stand here and tell you those are the same thing. And the stoppage ends, Morrow said, after that had gone the length of the table, formally, today, on the record. Not suspended, ended. The senior dock delegate had the offer sheet at arm's length and was going down it with a finger, as he had the last one. Whatever he was looking for was not on this sheet either. He put it down and did not stand up. The Ring 6 delegate did stand. 90 days of work I won't argue with. Nobody here will. She had her coat on as she had at every sitting. In 11 days, or in 90, when somebody asks what that certificate was worth, where do we ask it? The clerk's stylus stopped. Nobody at the table offered her anything. The chair can't answer that, Corrigan said. Minute the question in her words. Corrigan stayed on his feet. Members, the chair's motion is withdrawn. He set it into a room that had been ready for something else and went straight on before the shift of it could turn into noise. And before the chair moves what it is going to move, it will say out loud what the panel is giving up. Because in a fortnight, somebody will say it was given up quietly. On the 33rd, we had 90 days of the draw off 2 rings. That was the thing this panel was formed to get. It is gone. We are trading it for pipe. He let the table have that hole. I am recommending the trade. The chair moves that this panel advise the administrator to accept the concession's offer as tabled, with the 4 conditions as read, that the panel's survey demand be discharged as superseded, and that the stoppage be recorded as ended from today. It is the best thing that has been put on this table since we sat down in this room, and I'd have taken it if it had come from a worse woman. I'm recommending it in my own name, and I want that in the minute too. The hands went up and went up together, along the benches and down the table, and the Ring 4 bench got to its feet a second time and stayed there. The clerk read the resolution back. Corrigan stood for the readback, and then adjourned the sitting, and the room came at him in the way rooms had been coming at him since the 31st, and he stood in the middle of it and answered everything correctly. Morrow got to him last, against the flow, with the folio already under her arm. No speech, she said. There wasn't one to make. She put her hand out. My works office publishes the sequence at the change of watch. You'll want to be there rather than read it. Across the room, Barack put his slate in his thigh pocket, said one word to the Ring 6 delegate on his way past her, and went out up the ramp to his shift without coming down the table at all. The Concession's works office on the trade side had been a berth agent's front room and still had the berth board's fixings on one wall. In their place hung the ring sets frames, 4 sheets pinned edge to edge, with the runs inked over them in 2 colors, and a works manager standing in front of it all with a grease pencil, a woman who had built things and had no interest in anybody in the room. The sequence went up at the change of watch. Ring 5 first, then 7, then 8, and the 2 sealed blocks of Ring 6 last, on the far side of 90 days. They're the ones with nobody living in them, Corrigan said. "Open them first and those people go home. They're the ones with the recovery crews still in them, and the worst frame access on 4 rings, and the only run on this board I can't isolate from the ring's own draw while I work it." The works manager did not put the pencil down. "Fourth means badly. I'm not doing them badly." "Then publish it." "It is published. It's on the wall." "Publish it by block, with a date against each one, on the corridor plates in all 4 rings, and give the same list to the halls." Corrigan put 2 fingers on the ring 6 sheet, on the frames either side of 19. A man in a hall with a date on a plate is a man who can plan a fortnight. A man in a hall with a sequence pinned up on the trade side is a man who hears his date from somebody's cousin wrong on a Thursday. The works manager looked at the board for a moment and made a mark on it. "Dates against blocks. I'll give the halls the same sheet the crews get." She capped the pencil. "They'll slip. When they slip, I'll publish that, too. Publish it anyway." Tering was standing by the door with his cap under his arm, and had been for some minutes, and had made no attempt to look as though he were not waiting. "Chair, your concession has applied to me for site security. 4 rings, 90 days, works crews, and material." Tering came into the room and stood where the counsel and the clerk and the works manager could all see him at once. "I'd like to say one thing about that, once, with your clerk writing, and then I'd like a copy of what he writes." "Say it." "My mandate is protection of compact infrastructure. Geneva has not defined the term, and I've stopped waiting for it to, so I've written a definition, and it's mine, and I'll answer for it." Tering did not raise his voice, and did not need to. "I will not police a labor dispute. If your hands stop the berths again and stand at a gate, there is no soldier of mine for that, and any man in this room who asks me for one gets a refusal in writing the same day. I'll protect a plant. If a plant is being stopped, damaged, or entered by force, I'll put troops on it, and I won't ask permission, and there is no gate on this station that can order me not to." "Those are the same corridor," Corrigan said. "They are the same corridor, on 2 different days, and sometimes in the same hour." Tering let it stand. "Which one it is will be decided by whoever moves first, and it will be decided by them and not by me. I've 240 men and women here, and no definition worth the paper." The clerk finished writing and waited. "Read it back," Corrigan said, "and give the captain his copy, and give me 2. "You'll publish it," Tering said. "Tonight." "Good. That's why I said it here." Tering took his copy off the clerk, folded it once, and put his cap on at the door. "Your work start tomorrow. My people will be on the Ring 5 sites at first shift, and they'll be carrying nothing. If that changes, I'll tell you before I tell anyone else." The council had the works instrument engrossed by the 6th bell, the offer as tabled, the 4 conditions as read, the panel's advice recited at the head of it, and space at the foot for 4 signatures and a great many initials. Morrow's went on first, in a hand that had signed a great deal. Corrigan read the recital. "Arising from the failure of the Ring 6-7 industrial trunk at frame 19 on the 35th day of this year, and the loss of 11 residents of Ring 6. The council turned the pages for him. Corrigan initialed the foot of each one, and at the recital he stopped, and read it again, and initialed it, and turned the page himself. Corrigan read the recital. Arising from the failure of the Ring 6-7 industrial trunk at frame 19 on the 35th day of this year, and the loss of 11 residents of Ring 6. The council turned the pages for him. Corrigan initialed the foot of each one, and at the recital he stopped, and read it again, and initialed it, and turned the page himself. Chapter 23. Custody. Countersigned, Tradeside Landing Registry, the Cairn. The box sat at the foot of a scheduling page, and the sheets stapled above it certified that the environmental trunk runs of rings 5 through 8 had been inspected and found redundant to specification. A berth office had countersigned pipework in 4 rings. The Tradeside Landing Registry countersigned windows, moorings, demurrage, and displacement order, and in its whole existence it had never held an opinion about a pipe. Sesk drew the inner lid across his eyes against the vault's dry air and read the page again from the top. The vault ran the length of the civil registry's back wall, shelved to the deckhead, cold enough that the registry's own clerks worked in coats. The Concession's production stood in the center of it on pallets. Fit-out year carrier manifests, build schedules, works dockets, the whole paper of 4 rings, delivered in crates over 6 days because nobody at the houses had ever put it anywhere it could be delivered from. What had produced it was a growth house on the Ring 5 frontage with 1 sealed culture vessel it could not prove it had ever landed. Sesk had flagged the line in the first week of the season and filed it under a heading he invented for it, and the holding house had warranted its title and considered the matter closed, and there the line would have stayed. At renewal, the growth house wanted its bonded store schedule countersigned for provenance, and Sesk did not countersign the vessel. Stock off bond is stock at duty, and duty on live culture at a frontage rent is money a tenant is short inside a week. The tenant pressed the holding house. The holding house pressed the concession, which held the frontage. To close the line, somebody had to produce a landing instrument, and there was none in any tradeside register, because the vessel had never crossed a trade berth at all. It had come aboard in the fit-out year as build freight, on the Concession's own carrier paper, consigned against a build schedule. So the civil registry ordered production of the carrier manifests and the schedules they were consigned against, and the houses complied slowly, and then, after Ring 6, wholesale. Refusing had begun to look worse than complying. The door telltale went, and Den came in backwards with a barrow, 2 crates on it, a registry clerk holding the door. Sesk stood at the working table with the docket under his hand. Den set the crates down against the pallet and lined them to the stack, out of the habit of a man who had stacked crates since he first came onto the dock, took the barrow out, and did not look up from it once. The door telltale went again. The registry clerk stayed to log the delivery. Anything in that lot you actually want? I want the second transfer on 1 culture vessel. 6 days, loadmaster. 6 days, Sesk agreed, and went back to the sheets. The vessel had come up on the 3rd day. Its transfer stood in a carrier manifest for the Ring 7 fit-out, cited against a build schedule reference, and the chain closed, and the growth house's title was good, and the whole query was answerable in 4 lines. Sesk had written the 4 lines out and had not yet routed them, because the build schedule that the manifest cited was the first build schedule he had ever read, and he had read the rest of them since. They were standard fit-out schedules, printed to a common form, and the common form carried an options list at the back. The options were value-engineered alternatives to the specification: lighter deck plate, a cheaper valve family, a rationalized cable tray. 20-odd of them, each a single line, each with an election box, each with a saving stated against it. Item S-2 substituted a single-run trunk package for the 2-path specification. Sesk counted the elections. 9 houses had taken S2, each on its own schedule, each against its own frames, each saving on its own account, and each election read by itself was an ordinary economy taken by a house on a section of ring it had contracted to build. Nothing in any of the 9 referred to any of the other 8. Nothing in the form provided a place where it could. A second count gave 9. A third gave 9. Sesk counted them again after that. 19 runs of 22 carried the election. A substitution of that class amends the master design. That is what the instrument is for. The change is numbered and dated and countersigned, and every drawing and every plate downstream of it is reissued to the new number. Sesk pulled the design register for the fit-out year and worked it line by line, as he had worked the inbound registers for a birthday he already carried in his head. Amendments to the master environmental design ran a page and a half, and none of them was S2. He pulled the works dockets for the reissue of gallery plates and found reissues for a valve family and a cable tray, and no reissue against a trunk path at all. Every access plate on every gallery in 4 rings read 2 path, and every one of them was correct against the drawing it had been printed from. The redundancy certificate came out of the third crate, one instrument, dated 2320, and it named the master environmental design in its subject line. It named no run, it named no frame, no length, no diameter, and no gallery. Under it, in the run files, the same certificate stood copied into all 22, one per file, each copy sitting there as the paper that made that run's pipework good. The inspection docket came with it. The contractor's attendance page listed 19 runs inspected over 4 working days, signed at the foot, sealed, unremarkable. Sesk put it down and went to the far shelving for the permits. Entry to a trunk gallery under build is permitted work. A credential, a permit raised against a specific gallery, a time on and a time off. The registry held the fit-out year's permits in date boxes, and Sesk took them in order and read every permit raised against the contractor's credential in the certificate year. There were 4, and all 4 were raised against Ring 5 galleries in the month the plating went in, and none of them lay inside the 4 working days on the attendance page. A man had certified the inside of 19 trunks he had no permit to stand in. Sesk wrote that down first, because it was the only line on the whole table that a person could be charged with, and then went back to the scheduling page, and his own post's name in the countersign box. The inspection had been slotted by amendment. The docket scheduling page carried it. A work slot moved forward out of its posted order, and against the consideration line, in place of a sum, a trade side berth window, expedited, out of order, named to a hull on the fit-out freight charter in a season when a window on the trade side was worth a great deal more than the fee for 4 days of a contractor's time. The window had been countersigned by the trade side landing registry, which was correct. Windows are the registry's instrument. Sesk pulled the post's own book for that week off his own shelf, found the window entered in the ordinary run of that watch's business, initialed by the night clerk between a bond renewal and a demurrage claim, and entered the fact of it in the finding without comment. The amendment carried a raising line, as every instrument does. The terminal identifier on it was a maintenance service terminal, and the registry's own index gave its location. Ring 6, service level, the maintenance voids. Sesk read that line 4 times and then ruled the finding into 6 paragraphs and began to write it out fair. F.A. came to the vault counter in the late afternoon with her run folder under her arm, the way she came to every counter. "They want paper on Cornan," she said. "The claims desk. I've told them who he was 3 times, and they want paper, and the only paper that says what he was is 4 years old, and it's in here. His lease register will carry him. His lease register carries a tenant." F.A. put both hands flat on the counter. "Then a certified copy of the discharge. That's the one." Sesk went along the shelving to the sealed ship's records and took down the Talos volume. The registry's copy stand was cut at human height, and he worked at it standing, which spared his back what the stool would have cost it. 8 discharges and a master's book left unsigned, all on the one evening. F.A. had read each discharge aloud before she signed it, and Sesk had witnessed each one into the register as it was made, off a cargo barrow under the working lamps, and the entries came up out of the page in that order now, in her hand and in his, alternating down the sheet. Corin, deckhand, wages and conduct attested, discharged outbound, her signature, his witness beside it. Sesk set the copy plate and ran it and laid the copy against the volume's edge to check it line for line. Den came through the vault behind them with the barrow and a registry clerk and 2 more crates, and set them where the others were and lined them up. F.A. turned at the sound and put her hand on his shoulder as he passed, and Den stopped for that and then went on out with the barrow. Neither of them said anything. Sesk stayed at the copy stand with the plate under his hands, and the door telltale went, and the vault was quiet again. He came back for the noise, F.A. said. That's what he told me. 2 years on the inner run, and he said the inner run was 6 men and a heater, and nobody ever finished a sentence. And he'd sat in a corridor here once with half a ring shouting about a queue, and chewed on that for 2 years. She took the copy and read the line on it. Then he came back and got a lease 3 doors down from Lotte and joined a card school. He is on the roll of 11. I know what he's on. F.A. folded the copy into the run folder. Sign me your receipt, loadmaster, and I'll take it to the claims desk, and they'll want something else, and I'll get them that too. Sesk wrote the receipt, and she signed it and took the stair down at a master's pace, and the telltale went and did not go again. He came back for the noise, F.A. said. That's what he told me. 2 years on the inner run, and he said the inner run was 6 men and a heater, and nobody ever finished a sentence, and he'd sat in a corridor here once with half a ring shouting about a queue, and chewed on that for 2 years. She took the copy and read the line on it. Then he came back and got a lease 3 doors down from Lotte and joined a card school. He is on the roll of 11. I know what he's on. F.A. folded the copy into the run folder. Sign me your receipt, loadmaster, and I'll take it to the claims desk, and they'll want something else, and I'll get them that too. Sesk wrote the receipt, and she signed it and took the stair down at a master's pace, and the telltale went and did not go again. The volume lay open at the muster page under the copy stand's lamp. 2 shelves along stood the post's own registers for the years that had closed, deposited with the registry as they filled, and Sesk took down the one for 2321 and opened it at the arrivals column, the column he had ruled 4 years ago that no form had asked for, a line each, name and ring and household, for the people who came off ship and stayed. Corin stood in it that year in Sesk's own hand, with a ring and a lease number, and no household entered. Both entries were his, the outbound witness and the arrival line, 4 years and 2 books apart, the same stylus grip, the same flat capitals. Sesk squared the sheets to their spines, closed both registers, and put them back on the shelf between their neighbors. The quarters were dark to the passage lamp when he came in, and Neshk was at the crate table eating on her own hour, which had come round to the small end of the station's night. "There is food," she said. "I ate at the counter. You did not." Neshk pushed the second bowl across the crate with 2 fingers and went on with her own. Sesk sat on the tall stool Den had made, which put the crate table at the height a table should be, and ate about a third of what was in the bowl. "Are you all right?" The third asking. Twice already he had given her the answer that closed the question, once at the door and once across this same table, and both times she had taken it and put it down and left it where it lay. "No," Sesk said. Neshk stopped eating. "One of the 11 in Ring 6 is a man I witnessed off a ship 4 years ago, Cairn. He went outbound on a hauler that night, and he came back in 2321, and I entered him in the arrivals column myself. His name is in my hand twice." Cesc put the spoon down against the bowl's rim. "I have been in a room with his ship's record for 6 days, and I did not read his line until this afternoon, and I did not read it then. F.A. asked for it, and I copied it for her." The vent ran. Somebody 2 doors along was shifting furniture and making a poor job of it. Neshk said. Neshk did not reach across the crate. She finished what was in front of her at her own pace, stacked her bowl inside his, and said, "The fitter is coming on his rest day about the shelf, the one that is at the height of my knees. He wants a name for the docket, and I gave him yours because he would not take mine." "The docket will hold either." "The docket, perhaps. The fitter would not." Neshk took the bowls to the alcove. "Eat the rest of that." Cesc ate the rest of it. Rel fell in beside him on the civil deck the next morning, coming from wherever Rel came from, at the pace of a man who had been going that way anyway. "Loadmaster, I hear there's a household." "There is." "And one stool in it?" "Den made it," Cesc said. "Den made it." Rel walked on a few paces with that. "Den made a stool. Well, I've a fitter on the ring side who'd cut your post counter up to a proper height for the price of a cup of something, and you'd stop folding yourself in half every time a lighterman wants a bond signed. The counter is cut at the figure the station cuts counters to. That's the fault I'm offering to fix. Then the queue clerk would need a box, and the night clerk would need a box, and the boxes would be in the queue's way." Cesc shifted the finding under his arm. "The stool is adequate." "The stool is adequate," Rel said, with enormous satisfaction. 4 years I've been trying to buy you a favor, and I've never once got past the furniture." He peeled off at the branch corridor with a hand up, going somewhere at his own speed. Joint security kept a bench along the wall of the working room, cut like every bench on the civil decks, and Cesc stood at the end of it while Jos read. Jos read it the way people read who read paper for a living, straight down and without noise, one finger holding the last page while she went back to the second. The finding ran 6 paragraphs and 1 schedule of references. There were 3 things on her own table already, and she had put none of them away. "You have 19, she said. 19 of 22 runs carry the election. That is the paper's count. You have the pipe." "I have 1 pipe." Jos went back to the second page. "The 9 houses, did they know?" "Each house knew what it had elected on its own frames. Nothing in any of the 9 schedules refers to the other 8. There is no page in the form where that could have been written. So who ordered it?" "Nobody ordered it." Cesc put one hand on the table's edge and gave her the 6 lines in order because the sentence was worth nothing on its own. The form offered the substitution. 9 houses took it separately, each for a saving on its own account. The master design was never amended, so every gallery plate in 4 rings still reads 2-path, and every plate is correct against the drawing it was printed from. One certificate was raised in 2320 against the master design, and it was copied into all 22 run files. The contractor signed an attendance for 19 trunks, and there is no permit against his credential inside those 4 days, and no permit for any gallery he says he stood in. And the slot he signed in was moved forward by amendment. Jos turned to the scheduling page. "There's no sum on this. The consideration is a berth window, expedited, out of posted order, named to a hull on the fit-out freight charter. In that season, a window on the trade side ran to more money than 4 days of that contractor's time. And it's countersigned by your post." "It is. Windows are my post's instrument. It was entered in the ordinary business of that watch and initialed by the night clerk. And it is in the finding at paragraph 5 with the book reference. Jos looked up at that, briefly, and went back to the page. The contractor's chargeable, she said. 1 man, a fee, and an attendance he can't stand up. The rest of this is a lawful election, a defect in a drawing office, and a certificate valid on its face. I can take a certificate that's valid on its face to any office on this station and be shown the door in every one of them, politely. That is my reading also. It wasn't a question, Loadmaster, but thank you. Jos squared the finding and set it down. Whose name is on the amendment? There is no name. A broker's name is not on the paper. It never is. The amendment is raised in the client's own instrument, and the man who arranged it is not a party to it. Sesk turned the scheduling page over for her and put 1 finger on the raising line. The amendment carries where it was raised from. That terminal is maintenance service, ring 6, service level. The registry index puts it in the voids. Jos read the identifier and copied it out, and read it again off her own writing. 4 years ago, she said. The date is in the header. Ring 6. Jos set her stylus down flat. There aren't many people down there. There are fewer who could raise a works amendment on a client's instrument from a service terminal and have it come out looking like this. The registry holds the credential list, Sesk said. I did not count it. It is not my instrument. I'll count them. Jos pulled the finding back toward her and put it on top of the 3 things she had not put away. Loadmaster, if you'd taken this to anyone else on this station this morning, it would be on a wall by tonight with a name written under it that isn't in it. That is why I brought it here. Sesk went back up to the post with the queue already bending round the stairhead. The pending tray came down off its shelf, and he cut the Growth House docket out from under the heading he had ruled for it, because there were 2 parties now wanting 1 answer out of the same paper, and moved it under disputed, where it belonged and where it would be worked. Chapter 24. Both Answers. And I'd have read it. That's what I'm saying to you. I read things. You don't sign in fit out without reading, not with the returns you have to carry afterwards. Then tell me what it said. The contractor stopped with his mouth still open on the next clause. Both hands went flat on the table, one either side of the docket copy, and stayed there. It said the runs were compliant. Compliant with what? With the design. Which design? The pause was the kind that costs money. The master set, the issued set. That's what you're given. That's what an inspection is, investigator. You're given the set, and you satisfy yourself the works accord with it. Did you go into the trunk? The duty officer's stylus kept moving. The jug of water in the middle of the table had been there since the start of the 2nd hour, and nobody had touched it. You don't go into the trunk. Say that for the statement. You don't. The contractor straightened his shoulders and started again. To enter a run, you drop a section. To drop a section, you take a ring's environmental down for the day. For a redundancy inspection. On a set of runs commissioned weeks before. Tested by the house. Witnessed. Return signed. All of it in the bundle in front of me. Nobody does that. Nobody has ever done that. You'd be laughed off the station, and you'd have a ring cold while you did it. So the answer is no. The answer is no. Jos left that on the table until the officer had it down properly, and looked at the docket copy again. 4 years old. His signature at the foot of it had been written fast, by a man with somewhere else to be, in a year when everyone on the Cairn had somewhere else to be. 50-something, A fit-out contractor with 2 benches and his sister's boy, he had come in voluntarily at the second asking, with his own copy of the docket in a folder he had clearly been through many times in the last week. His hands had not stopped since he sat down. The folder had a rubber band round it. Nobody frightening carries a folder with a rubber band round it. Take me through the payment. There wasn't a payment. There's an amendment. That's not a payment. He came forward. This was the part he had rehearsed, and it was the part that was going to hurt him. That's scheduling. My material sat outbound at a transfer point for months, and I had crew standing about on 3 fit-outs waiting on bulkhead panel. Somebody moved my inbound up the list for a quarter. You can't spend a schedule. Who moved it? I don't know. You didn't ask. You don't ask. Some of the sense of himself came back with that, and he used it. You get a call saying there's an inspection going, and would you take it? And you take it because it's 4 rings worth of paper, and it's 3 weeks of a man's time, and it prices well. And then a fortnight later, your panel's on the dock. You don't stand there going, why? You go and get your panel. Who called you? A man. A name. I never had one. He turned his hands over. That's not me protecting anybody. I'd give you a name today, this morning, and I'd be glad to. I never had one to give. It came through the way things come through here. Yoss took him back over it twice more, from different ends, and the account did not move. He had been offered a job and had done the job that was described to him, a paper job, and every part of the paper had been in order. Everybody signs the drawing, he said at one point, into the middle of a silence that had not asked him for anything. That's what a drawing is for. If the drawing's wrong, then what you want is an as-built survey. And an as-built survey is a different instrument and a different fee. And nobody in the history of this station has ever bought one. So you can put me at the bottom of it if you like. Yoss wrote it down and did not answer it. At the end, he asked how many, and she told him what the incident roll carried. 11. He nodded at the table for a while and did not ask the second question, which she had been expecting and would not have enjoyed. The duty officer walked him out through the counter. The folder went with him, rubber band and all. The recovered section had come up from ring 6 on the 36th and had sat since on the long bench under the lamp, on 2 blocks, cut ends dressed with tape so nobody opened a hand on it. Sewell arrived at the middle of the afternoon with a slate under her arm and the look of someone who had been awake in an office since the 35th, which she had. She put the slate down beside the pipe without being asked and stood over both. Right, you want the draw. I want to know whether a pipe is the size the paper says it is. A pipe is the size it is. Sewell turned the slate to face her. Your certificate cites the master fit-out schedule. The schedule carries the trunk package as 2 runs, paired, each one carrying half. Standard bore for that package is listed at the front of the schedule where anyone can read it, and it is not this. You've measured it? 3 times, and the 3rd time with a witness because I knew you'd ask that in exactly that voice. Sold put 2 fingers on the tape. This is a single-run bore. It appears in the schedule in one place only, under Substitution S-2, which is the value engineered option, 1 run instead of 2, size to carry the whole draw. It is a different part with a different reference and a different price, and nobody could confuse them because they don't look alike and they don't cost alike. So the run at frame 19 was built to S2. The run at frame 19 is S2. It has been S2 since the day it was fitted. Sold pulled up the metering. And here's the part I've been sitting with. Ring 6 and Ring 7, industrial, have been pulling their whole environmental draw through that one line since commissioning, and the meters show it. The numbers were on a screen the entire time. Anybody could have opened them. Nobody opens a meter to check a certificate. No. Sold said it flatly, no weight on it. You check the certificate. Cesk's chain had come across from the trade side on the 42nd. 4 separate bundles under his own custody numbers, each line initialed. And Jos had spent a night and most of a day going down it slowly and without skipping. The shape it gave up was not complicated. 9 houses had taken S2 separately, each on its own frames, each of them saving money in a way that made sense on the page in front of them. The master design had never been amended and still read 2 runs. So did every access plate on every gallery in 4 rings. 1 certificate had been raised against the master design and copied across every run in the ring set. 19 of the 22 runs were invoiced against S2. 19 single lines with paper on them saying 2. Do you want the arithmetic on the other 18? Sold said. I want it. I can't put a hand on any of them without opening a trunk, and I can't open a trunk. Jos straightened off the bench. What I've got is 1 section, 1 part reference, and 19 invoices. That's enough for me. You're not who has to be convinced. Sold looked at the pipe a moment longer. The plant on deck 12 went 2 days without a scrubber feed while everything got shifted around ring 6, and I have lost a whole culture line I will not get back. And I am telling you honestly, that is the smallest thing that happened this month, and I am still furious about it. She picked her slate up. Don't put that in anything. It'll read as though I'm making a point. You're not making a point. I'm not. At the door, she stopped. You look better than you did on the 36th. I slept, Jos said. Sahi had come off the Ring 6 relief on the 43rd, and they had sat at the table for 2 hours and talked, properly, right through and out the other side of it, and it had gone well. It had gone better than anything had gone in a month. She had left before he woke. There had been no part of any day since with a place in it for that, and there was not one now. Jos wrote the day up before the duty room went to half. 2 entries. Separate references, same date. The first, deliberate unauthorized right to the local translation cache of the negotiation room set, evidenced by the header stamp on the cache table, corrected for the drift of the set's own clock. Instrument, a maintenance class credential. Person, not identified. Under it, in her own hand, the line she made herself write on anything she would have to defend, medium pause, finding rests on, the stamp. One thing, checkable by anyone with the bench and the set, and capable of coming out the other way. The second, environmental trunk runs, rings 5 to 8, certified 2-path under 1 instrument dated 2320 and constructed to substitution S2 single path in 19 of 22 runs, evidenced by the recovered section at frame 19 against the schedule's part references, corroborated by the fit-out invoicing produced under custody by the tradeside loadmaster. Finding rests on the bore. Jos read both back. Neither one of them would put anybody in a room. The first had an offense in it and no person. The second had a person in it, a contractor with a folder and a rubber band, and an offense worth about as much as he was. Jos sealed them and went home late, which she had meant not to do, and did not examine. The voids under the trade side ran cold and loud and had got busier since the 35th because everything that was being pulled out of Ring 6 had to go somewhere, and reclamation was where it went. Jos came down the ladder at the 3rd plant bay and walked the access way past 2 crews and a stack of condemned fittings 4 skids deep. Rel was at the far end of it, in the middle of a disagreement about the price of the stack. No, look at it. Look at the state of it. Half of that's been underwater. I'm not paying you a rate for a fitting I've got to clean before I can insult somebody with it." He had a hand on the top skid and a hand out flat towards the ganger, the palm of a man about to be reasonable at somebody. "Give me the top two at your number and the bottom two at mine, and we'll both go and have a hot drink." The ganger said something Yoss did not catch. "That's a hard heart in a cold place," Rel said, and turned and went on exactly as he was. "Investigator, you've come down 4 levels. Something's gone right for somebody. Walk with me. I'm negotiating. You've been negotiating that stack since I came down the ladder, and you'll be negotiating it when I go back up." Rel put both hands on the skid, said 2 minutes to the ganger in a voice that meant 15, and came away. They went up the access way to where the fans were quieter. Yoss did not sit, and there was nothing to sit on. In 2320, a redundancy inspection went out on the ring trunk runs, and somebody handed the slot to a fit-out contractor with 2 benches who was never going to open a pipe, she said. In the same season, that contractor's inbound materials moved up the berth schedule for a quarter. That amendment sits on the docket, in the box where a fee would go if anybody had been vulgar enough to pay one. It was raised from a terminal down here. There are a lot of terminals down here. There are, and a scheduling amendment is a clerical action. Anyone can raise one. There's no key on it and no name in it. Yoss let a beat go by. What there isn't a lot of on this station is people who can move a berth schedule as a courtesy. I can name one. Rel put his back against the cable tray and folded his arms, comfortable, the way a man does when he is going to be there a while. "You've got a shape," he said. "I've got a shape. Shapes are lovely. I've made a living off shapes." He tipped his head. "What's the name in the box?" "There isn't one. Brokers don't go in boxes." "No," Rel agreed, pleasantly, and did not say anything else. The fans went on overhead. Further down, the ganger had started restacking the skids into a different order. "Ask me what I'll do with it," Yoss said. "I was working up to it. Do it properly." "All right." Rel unfolded one arm and used the hand. "What do you do with it? Not what you'd like to do with it. Walk me to the end. You put a name in the box. What's the offense?" "Improper inducement, if I can price the amendment, which I can't because it isn't priced, which is the point of it." "And the inspection?" "The inspection is the contractor. He signed what he signed." "And the 11? "The 11 are a man with a cutter and a certificate that said 2, Yoss said. "There's nothing in the code that runs from a berth schedule to a corridor at 3 hours reserve. Nobody ever wrote one. Until the 35th, nobody needed one. So the name in the box comes in, sits where you've just had the contractor sitting, is very helpful for 2 hours, and goes home." "Probably." "Probably." Rel considered the ceiling of the accessway. "That's a poor return on 4 years of paperwork, investigator." "It's what I've got." Rel did not confess and did not deny it. Either would have been easier to work with. "4 years ago, you put a question in my book," she said. "One question. Straight answer, whole sentence, no trade." Something went across his face that she had not seen there before and could not price. Rel came off the cable tray and stood square to her, and his hands, for once, did not have anything in them. "Ask," he said. Yoss took as long over it as it deserved, which was not long. "No." "No?" "You told me on the 7th what it's worth. It should hurt you to answer. This one wouldn't." Yoss shifted the slate to her other hand. "I'd be spending it to hear you say a thing I've already written down twice. You'd cough, and you'd give me a beautiful sentence, and I'd walk up that ladder with nothing I didn't come down with. That's redeeming your paper at scrap. One of us ought to mind." Rel stood there and looked at her. "That's my line." It was a good line. It was an excellent line, and I have never once had it handed back to me. He put his hands in his pockets, which restored him to himself. You're getting expensive. I'm getting patient. I'll come back when I've got a name to put to it. Now that's my line as well. That's just theft. And the ganger shouted something about the second skid, and Rel turned his head and shouted back, "The bottom two at my number, or you can go and see what the chandler on the ringside offers you, and I'll tell you now, he's a thief and he's frightened of water," and was already walking, still talking, one hand up behind him at Yas without looking round. Yas went back up the ladder. 4 years, and she still had it. The roll of maintenance credentials had been sitting in her own seal since the 25th, and she had read it 3 times through, which was not the same as doing anything with it. 1,480 names. Every key of that class issued on the Cairn and not canceled, plant hands, panel fitters, node techs, catering services, lift and hoist, the civil administration's own building crews, and a fair proportion of every trade that had ever put a screwdriver into a wall panel. On its own, it was a list of everybody. She had known that when she pulled it. The bench tech came in at the change of watch with the 2 cross-references she had asked the registry for, and they cleared the long table and did it the slow way, on paper, because the slate would have shown the answer without showing the working. The second cut was the door. The Relay Hearts negotiation annex carried an entry record, a building record, kept against evacuation musters so a warden could stand in a corridor and count heads. Nobody had ever secured it. It had run all morning on the 11th, and nobody had purged it, because nobody had ever had a reason to look at it. 60 of the 1,480 were in it. 60, the tech said. That's not what I expected. That's a lot. It's a building with a catering annex and a plant room and a delegation in it. It'd be 60 on a Tuesday. Yus ruled the 60 down the page in her own hand. Write on the bottom that the record is imperfect. People hold doors for each other. Anybody could be in that building and not on this page. You want that in the file? I want it in the file before somebody else puts it there. The third cut was the clock, corrected for the drift, and it took the 60 apart in a quarter of an hour. The entry record carried times in and times out, and most of the 60 had arrived, worked, and left at hours that had nothing to do with anything. Captain Searing came through the counter while they were on it and stood inside the door of the statement room rather than crossing to the table. Investigator, 1 item. Ask it. When you have a person, he said it without any weight at all, which was how he said everything, where do you take them from? I don't have a person. You will. I read the same station everyone else does. There is a bench room off this counter that has been cold for a month. Searing put his cap under his arm. I am not asking you for a name, and I would decline it if you offered. I am asking you where. If Joint Security walks into Ring 6 to lift somebody out of a residential block, my people will be asked to stand somewhere within the hour by somebody, and my mandate says protection of compact infrastructure. And nobody has ever told me whether a corridor is infrastructure. I would rather be asked that question in advance than at the time. Noted. That is not the same as answered. No, Yoss said. It's what you're getting today. Tsering took that the way he took everything, which was without visible objection and entirely into the record, and went out through the counter. The tech read the 4 off the page at the 18th hour. A building services hand on the civil administration's own worksheet, in that morning for a door closer on the annex corridor. A lift and hoist fitter, in for a gallery door that had been jamming all week. A woman who did the catering annex's plumbing, in and out twice and in the building at the time. And the third line down, Vazari, A. Medium pause, plant maintenance, rings 7-8 industrial, medium pause, in with the sector party, out with the room. Den had said that name to her twice in the last fortnight. Once across her own table with a plate in front of him, talking with his mouth full about a man up the ring who had walked the pickets with a flask and knew how to talk to the Ring 4 crowd without patronizing them. Once in a corridor in Ring 6, on the day she took statements down that end, asking her whether she'd got to Andre's block yet, because Andre had been up all night with the wardens and was worth 10 of the people she'd been talking to. Both times, the way a man says the name of somebody he is looking forward to seeing. Jos wrote the 4 names out on paper, in her own hand, folded it once, and put it in her inside pocket, and left the roll on the bench under the lamp. Chapter 25. Made to. Vasari slept sitting up in the plant office chair, boots still laced, one arm hooked back over the rail of it, and his coat pulled to the chin. Den held the door on his knuckles until the latch went home without a sound, and then stood inside it and did not do the next thing. The office was a counter, a kettle, a run board chalked line by line, and the plant coming through the wall at an hour when the plant should have been quiet. Doubles since the day of the cut. The board said so in Vasari's own square capitals, watch after watch, his name against half of them and the other half filled by men whose names Den did not know. 3 days back, a clerk off joint security had come down the gateheads and asked the line for its watchbook. Not an order, a form of words about the incident period, said pleasantly, with a docket already made out. Den had copied the back page fair, in the order it was written, and got as far as the 35th day. Middle watch, gate 2, A. Vasari, in Den's own hand. Den had taken the urn round himself at that hour, gate to gate, because the urn was the one job on the line nobody would let him hand off. He had not poured one at gate 2. There had been nobody at gate 2 to pour for. He had marked Andre on at the change anyway, the way you do, because it cost nothing and because Andre had done the same for him twice. Finishing the page was the part he could not get past. He had known it somewhere down the column and had gone on ruling the line out fair to the bottom and handed it up and said any time and watched the clerk go off up the concourse ramp with it. 2 days of that. Then this stare. Vasari came up out of it the way plant hands wake, all at once and without any fuss about it. Den, he got his boot off the crate, you're up the ring early. I'm not on till the second bell. That was true. Everything Den had rehearsed on the stair went past him and out. Thought you said come up. Ages back you said come up. I've never come up. You've never come up. Vasari reached for the kettle without getting out of the chair, which took reach. Then you can carry a seal kit. I've 6 doors and a hatch and one of me. They did the doors. Ring 6 had people back in it. 2 blocks at the industrial end stayed shut, plated over, with a notice taped at eye height and the tape gone gray at the corners. Everywhere else the corridor ran full and loud, somebody's music, a cue at a tap that was also a conversation. The smell had not gone. Still under everything, in the seals and the soft goods, and nobody mentioned it, and every one of them was breathing it. Breathing subtle and natural, avoid heavy inhales. Read at a natural, steady pace. Read only the passage text, nothing else. Pronunciation guide. Pronounce ensign as ensign, Mia as Mia. Chapter 25. Made to. Vasari slept sitting up in the plant office chair, boots still laced, one arm hooked back over the rail of it, and his coat pulled to the chin. Den held the door on his knuckles until the latch went home without a sound, and then stood inside it and did not do the next thing. The office was a counter, a kettle, a run board, chalked line by line, and the plant coming through the wall at an hour when the plant should have been quiet. Doubles since the day of the cut. The board said so in Vasari's own square capitals, watch after watch, his name against half of them, and the other half filled by men whose names Den did not know. 3 days back, a clerk off joint security had come down the gateheads and asked the line for its watchbook. Not an order, a form of words about the incident period, said pleasantly, with a docket already made out. Den had copied the back page fair, in the order it was written, and got as far as the 35th day. Middle watch, gate 2, A. Vasari, in Den's own hand. Den had taken the urn round himself at that hour, gate to gate, because the urn was the one job on the line nobody would let him hand off. He had not poured one at gate 2. There had been nobody at gate 2 to pour for. He had marked André on at the change anyway, the way you do, because it cost nothing and because André had done the same for him twice. Finishing the page was the part he could not get past. He had known it somewhere down the column and had gone on ruling the line out fair to the bottom and handed it up and said any time, and watched the clerk go off up the concourse ramp with it. 2 days of that. Then this stare. Vasari came up out of it the way plant hands wake, all at once and without any fuss about it. Den, he got his boot off the crate, you're up the ring early. I'm not on till the second bell. That was true. Everything Den had rehearsed on the stair went past him and out. Thought you said come up. Ages back you said come up. I've never come up. You've never come up. Vasari reached for the kettle without getting out of the chair, which took reach. Then you can carry a seal kit. I've 6 doors and a hatch and one of me. They did the doors. Ring 6 had people back in it. 2 blocks at the industrial end stayed shut, plated over, with a notice taped at eye height and the tape gone gray at the corners. Everywhere else the corridor ran full and loud, somebody's music, a cue at a tap that was also a conversation. The smell had not gone, still under everything, in the seals and the soft goods, and nobody mentioned it, and every one of them was breathing it. Vasari went door to door with the kit on his shoulder, and Den behind him holding the light. Nobody had sent him. The concessions contractor had a schedule, and the schedule had a queue, and the queue was 11 weeks long, and Vasari had a seal kit and the hours between his own watches, so the doors on this corridor cycled. He knew the names on all of them. At the third one, an old woman came out with her hands wet and told a long story about a nephew over the work, and he let her finish it and asked the question at the end that meant he had been listening. Den had a run at it about mid-morning, between doors, and made a mess of it. Everyone on the line had gone quiet since it happened, he said, which was true. The men who had wanted something broken in the back room in the spring were the loudest now for the survey, which was also true. And a fellow was allowed to say a thing to a mate that he wouldn't say in a room, and he was doing it out loud and could not stop the sentence, and finished it anyway. They are, Vasari said. Hold the light lower. The second run came after the 6th door, while they ate standing up at a counter under the gallery walk. Den asked whether the panel would get its survey now. Now they'll get it, Vasari said. They'll get it, and it'll take a year, and it'll be honest. That's good, though. It's very good. He turned his cup a half-turn on the counter. It's the best thing that's happened up this ring since I got here. That was the whole opening, and Den let it go by, and afterwards could not have said why, except that the counter was crowded, and a woman 2 along was trying to get her child to eat. The third run was in the afternoon, in the gallery over the plant, waiting on a valve to bleed down. Den asked him whether he'd written to anybody about Voskre lately, and Voskre talked about Voskre. 3 offices, he said. Compact Registry, the Reach Office, and the Humanitarian Secretariat, whichever one has the long name this year. All three answer, and they answer politely, and every one of them wants the same document: certificate of the fact of death or certificate of continued residence, either will do, issued by a competent authority in the system of origin. Half a turn of the cup. There's an office on Voskre that issues it, next building along from where my sister lives. Nobody has stood in it since the last of us got out. They must know that. They must. The clerk who wrote to me knows it. He put it by hand at the bottom under the printed part. I am sorry. Voskre watched the valve. He's not the office. He's the one who has to sign the letter. Den had nothing. He said, "Your sister." Her too as well. She wouldn't come out. Her man had the tenancy on the growth halls, and you don't walk away from a tenancy. That was the argument, and it was a good one at the time, and I couldn't answer it either. The valve came down to its number, and Vasari reached past him and shut it in. So there's no paper anywhere in the sky with their names on it. Not a death list, not a residence roll, not a manifest, not a census. "There's you," Den said. "You know they were there." "I'm not an authority competent in the system of origin." Vasari said it without any weight at all, and slung the kit and went down the gallery stair, and Den came after him with the light. At the bottom, Vasari said over his shoulder, "Ask a man on a carrier crew what he thought he was doing those years. He'll tell you he was doing his rounds, every one of them, down to the last." Den had the master from the gatehead in front of him at once, the big man with the manifest rolled in his fist about perishables, who had called the line a word and going back up his own gangway with it. Somebody's cousin crewed that hall. Somebody's cousin crewed all of them. None of it got said. They did the last two doors, and Vasari went in to his watch at the change, and Den walked down the ring stair with the whole day spent behind him, and not one word of it used. The boxes had come up out of the Concession's chartering vault under a production order, and there was nowhere on the cairn to put them except the room behind the panels room, which had been a bond store and had the racking still in it. The order had begun life as one culture container in a tenant's inventory whose custody chain would not close. A loadmaster had flagged it in the spring and filed it under a heading he had to invent, and nobody had asked about it for a month. Then the same loadmaster had gone chasing the same chain through the Concession's build paper, and the chain had run into the inspection docket, and the docket into the certificate, and joint security had produced the lot. Den came in at the second bell the next morning because the tally was there. Somebody on the panel's clerking side had wanted the dock register cross-checked against the carrier's crew calls, and had asked for it from him by name, and nobody had since got round to unasking him, so he came in most days and read columns until his eyes went. He was the only one in that room who had ever slung a load. Sesk was at the far table. The Concession's carrier paper was custody paper, reference chains, load allocations, transfer signatures, and there was one person on this station who read that as a language, and joint security had gone and got him, and he had been at that table since the day the boxes came up. Twice a day Den walked past for the water. Twice a day the stylus rode between the lower thumb and the first two fingers and did not stop moving. The find was not a find while it was happening. An auditor 2 seats down from Den, a small, careful woman off the branch chambers, a fortnight in on nothing but charter references, put a sheaf out flat and said to nobody, "This isn't ours." Whose is it? The carrier's, their own working schedule. She turned the page flat. It's in here because they chartered the whole class off him for the ring lifts, and somebody boxed the lot. Sesk came over. He stooped at the human-cut table, put one finger on the head of the first column and one on the fourth, and read it all in the time it took the auditor to explain what she took it for. Route and load, Cesc said. Calls, tonnage against each call, and the quarter the call falls in. A working document. A carrier writes this to tell itself what it intends to do, and it writes it in advance. That's normal, though, someone said. Carriers plan. Carriers plan a quarter, 2 in a settled trade. The stylus came down the 4th column. These are the approaches at Voskre. The call list shortens quarter on quarter. Every call that comes off is reassigned to another destination on the same line of the page. And by the foot of the column, the approaches have stopped appearing at all. He straightened as far as the deckhead let him. And the reassignments are written before the quarters they cover. All of them. 1 hand, 1 ink, 1 sitting. The room went the way a room goes when nobody wants to be first to say the obvious thing. Den said it. So somebody wrote it down before any of it happened. Somebody wrote a schedule, Cesc said. That is what the paper is. They sent for Halden at the 4th bell because route paper is not worth the box it comes in without a warden seal on it, and she came within the hour, which nobody expected. She read it standing at the end of the table for a long time, with her coat still on. The room filled up behind her while she did it. The panel's clerk, 2 of Yas's, a concession lawyer with his hands behind his back, and the gray-streaked woman in the mended coat who sat for the Rim 7 corridors and had asked at every sitting the panel had ever held what evidence anybody had. The record is genuine, Halden said. The seals are the carrier's own, the reference chain closes at both ends, and the paper is older than every argument in this room. I'll seal it as authentic. It goes on the wound and route register today. The lawyer said, and its significance? No. I'm asking your professional. You're asking me what it means, and I won't tell you, because I don't know. Halden turned and put her back to the table, and she was not unkind about it, which made it no easier to stand in front of. I authenticate route records. If I say in the sitting what I privately suppose, the seal comes with me, and then a supposition is wearing a seal, and nobody can ever get it off again. The record is real. What it is evidence of belongs to people whose job that is. There's nobody whose job that is, said the woman in the mended coat. I'm aware. Den asked the one everybody in the room was standing next to and going round. Does it say Voskre went dark because of this? No, Halden said. Does it say who wrote it? It says which carrier's office, not whose hand, and not on whose instruction, and I'd expect both of those to be findable by somebody with the standing to compel them, which is not me and is not you. She picked up her stylus. It shows a program. Programs have authors. That is as far as the paper goes. Halden sealed it at the corner and entered it, and the room stayed quiet in a way Den had not expected. Nobody cheered. The lawyer wrote 2 lines and went out. The auditor asked whether she could go back to the charter references now. The woman in the mended coat had not moved from the racking. Den went over and stood next to her without any idea what he was going to say, and she saved him the trouble. Bring something, she said. 2,100 of us came through that arch saying it, and every desk on this station has told us to bring something. There it's been, in a builder's box, under a charter. She got her breath. Nobody was even looking. Somebody chasing a container found it, Den said. Yes. She laughed, one note, entirely without humor, and went to find whoever she was going to tell. Den asked the clerk for a copy. Nobody argued. Asking for paper and getting it was what he had been for months. The clerk ran him a plain, unsealed sheet stamped "Copy, Uncertified" across the top corner, and Den folded it lengthwise the way manifests fold and put it inside his jacket, on the other side from the tally. The ring stair took him 2 at a time, before the 5th bell. The plant gallery had one work light on a hook and the whole ring's noise under it, and Vasari came out to the rail with his sleeves pushed up and half a job still on his hands. "You're up the ring twice in 2 days." Den gave him the copy. Vasari read it at the rail, under the light, with his thumb moving down the 4th column as Sesk's finger had gone down it, and he took much longer over it than Sesk had. At the bottom he went back to the top and read it again. Then he turned it over, which had nothing on it, and turned it back. "Whose seal?" "Halden's. She put it on the route register this afternoon. That's a copy, so it's got no seal on it, but the original's sealed, and it's on the register, and it can't come off now." Den was talking too fast and let it run. "She said it's real, flat out, in front of the concessions man. And then she wouldn't say what it meant, and I was annoying at that, first, and then I wasn't. She's right that she can't." Vasari folded the copy along Den's fold. "That's a real seal. That's the first real thing anybody has ever put one on." "You were right." "I know." Vasari stood at the rail with the paper folded in his hand and did nothing with his face at all, and the plant went on underneath. And Den started 3 sentences and got rid of all 3, and then Vasari said, "I cut the industrial feed at frame 19. Den had come up the stair with it. He had come up the stair with it twice. It went through him anyway, like a load coming off the sling. "I know," he said. "I've the watchbook. Gate 2. I marked you on." "You did." Vasari nodded slowly, as if that were a small technical matter that had been troubling him too. "I thought that would be, when they asked for the book. Then nobody came." "Nobody came because—" then stopped. "I finished copying the page." "Right." Vasari put the folded copy on the rail and weighted it with his hand. "Do you want it done properly, or do you want the version where I'm sorry?" "Properly." "Then here's properly. The ring 6 and 7 industrial run feeds the concessions plant. The drawings for 4 rings say every trunk in the set is 2-path. Every access plate on every gallery says it, stamped and certified. And you can go and read frame 19's off the wall tonight if the plate's still on it." He stopped there and started again from somewhere else, and did not apologize for it. Cut a 2-path run and nothing happens. The failover goes across to the 2nd path and puts an alarm up. The alarm trips the plant. First call comes off. Then the houses have a plant standing idle in a stoppage, and to get it back they have to have the set inspected, because you cannot recertify a trunk on a signature after a failover. You have to send a man into it. He said it in order, in the tone he used for a door seal. And once a man's in there with a lamp, everyone on this station finds out that the draw the houses call theirs runs through the ring's own pipe. That's all I wanted. A man in a trunk and a report at the end of it. And the corridors were on the other path. Residential is on the other path. That's what the drawings say, and that's what the plates say, and I read them twice. Once in the office copy and once off the wall, 3 days apart, because I wanted to be reading a mistake. Vasari's hand had not moved off the paper on the rail. There is no other path. There never was one. 19 runs in 4 rings, and the paper is a lie in every one of them. And I have spent 12 days going through those drawings looking for the place where I misread it, and it is not there. I read it right. Then it's not. Den caught where the sentence was going and shut it off, and it came out of him anyway, sideways, wrong. You did what the paper said you could do. 11 people are dead because I cut a live feed into occupied corridors. Vasari said it evenly, part numbers again. That's mine. It stays mine. "Don't do that for me, Den. You'll want to. Don't." The work light buzzed on its hook. Down the gallery a hatch cycled, and somebody went through it whistling. "Why not go in and say it?" Den said. "The panel, you could have stood up and, because now they'll—" "Say what exactly? I meant to break something smaller." Vasari took his hand off the paper. "It have been said in the same breath as Voskrai by the morning, and I'd have handed the whole line to the houses in one sentence. 2,100 of us on a wall by the next day." He came near to laughing. "I had a date for going in when the survey started, with the report in my hand." "That's the same as not going in." "Yes," Vasari said, "it is." Vasari picked the copy up off the rail, and folded it once more, and gave it back, and Den took it, and neither of them had anything for a while. "Who was in 44? Vasari said. "I don't know." "On my corridor. 4 doors down from Lote's, on the turn. It's in the statements. Somebody stood in the dark and shouted who was in 44. I've asked. Nobody knows which doors. The lists don't have doors on them." He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hand. "I know the door. I put the seal on it in the spring." "I don't know," Den said. "Andre, I don't know." "No." Den's hands were cold, and his ears had gone hot, the way they went hot on the stair in the back room, and what came out was what he had instead of anything better. "I'm walking you down." "Yes," Vasari said. Vasari went in and chalked the run board for whoever had the next watch. The states, the 2 valves, a note about the hatch that stuck, and put the chalk back in the tin, and got his coat, and came out and stood while Den shut the office door, because the latch would not go home unless you held it. They went down the ring stair not talking. At the 5th landing, Vasari said the hatch on the corridor below would want doing before the week was out, and the kit was under the counter, and Den said he'd tell somebody, and that was all of it. Yoss was standing at the bottom, at the sector gate, with her hands in her coat pockets. 2 of hers were further back along the concourse with their hands empty, not making anything of themselves. Den stopped 1 step up. "How long have you been stood there?" "Since the 9th bell," Yoss said. "The 9th?" It went through him in pieces. "You had it, last night. You had his name last night. Sahi said you were out all—" "I had 4 names last night. His was one of them. She came off the gatepost. You brought him down. That's better." "Better for who?" "For the 4,000 people who'd have been in this corridor by nightfall, if 2 of mine had gone up that stair and brought a Voskrai man down it in front of the ring." Yoss looked at Voskrai, then back at Den, and did not soften any part of it. "It's a good reason. I'd do it again in the morning." "You let me do that," Den said. "I did." Vasari said, "It's Den's paper that had me at gate 2. He didn't know what he was writing when he wrote it. Put that down somewhere." "It's down," Yoss said, and to her too, "He walks out. Nobody's hands on him." Vasari walked out. At the concourse turn, he stopped and told Den about the seal kit under the counter again, and then went on with them. And the evening crowd going up the ramp came round the 4 of them and closed. The sector meeting sat at the 7th bell in the hall that had been a cargo void, and it was standing room, and it was the quietest that room had been all year. Barak read the names. He had the sheet in one hand and did not put his slate down to do it, and he read straight through, no preamble, the way he read a plant figure. 11, and then he said, "and 2 since," on separate certificates, which the roll won't take. This sector counts 13, and read the last 2 on to the end of the same list, as though the paper had been printed that way. Corin's name came 4th. Den stood at the back with the tally against his chest and the unsealed copy behind it, and got a picture of a man in a dock bar 4 years ago laughing at a pair of gloves, and lost the rest of the list while he had it. 13 names, not one door number on any of them. Nobody in the hall said Vasari's name. It was not on the sheet, and the sheet was all anybody had. At the first bell the next morning, it was on the wall at the head of the ring stair, in grease pencil, written twice, once at chest height and once above it, bigger, where a hand had to reach. The early crowd went round Den on both sides for the ramp. He stood in front of it for a while, and then went down with them to the board. Chapter 26. Favours. And it comes off the apron before the morning shift, or it doesn't come off at all. Tell him I said it pleasantly. Pleasantly, the night clerk from the berth office said, writing it down. He'll know what that means. The clerk went off down the stair toward the trade side, and Cade carried on along the Ring 7 spine, with the call still open on the link and the next one queued behind it. 2 hoardings on this stretch had gone up since the stoppage ended, both advertising the same rebuild, and somebody had written Witch 19 across the second in wax pencil. The sector board beneath them carried Day 49 and the day's postings, one of which was the rebuild's own progress notice, unaltered since it went up. The corridor smelled of cut sealant and somebody's frying oil, the way every corridor in the new rings had smelled for 4 years. Barak was waiting at the frame where the spine narrowed, 2 levels up and 3 rings out of his own sector. Administrator. Say it walking. Barak fell in beside her and put the slate up where she could read it without slowing. The run under the 2-7 side blocks. Reserve's been coming off since the second watch, and it hasn't come back at the turn. How much? Not much. That's all I've got. The columns on the slate went down in his own hand, transcribed off the sector board, because he did not trust the board's own history and never had. It came off at the turn yesterday, too, and came back short. I marked it and said nothing, because coming back short is weather. It came off again at the second watch, and it hasn't come back at all. Say the rest of it. The rest of it is that you can't walk to a loss like that and put a clamp on it. That's the pipe itself going. Barak took the slate down. At the branch chambers, the day's business had been swept off the table and the environmental boards brought in on trolleys, showing the same run 4 ways. Sold had a stylus behind her ear and both hands on the rail of the nearest one. The concessions engineer had the 7-side drawings unrolled and weighted at the corners with whatever had come to hand, and had been at them long enough to take her jacket off. Halden stood at the end of the table with her own copy of the reserve history, reading it column by column, in no hurry, as she read everything. Give me the argument first, Cade said, and then the number. There isn't an argument this time, the concessions engineer said. She did not look up from the drawings. I ran it against our own model twice because I wanted it to be the instruments. It isn't the instruments. The loss rate goes one way and the curve steepens as the section thins. I get total loss on that run early on day 51. Say that to Morrow's face. I sent it to her before I came down. She has it in front of her now. Sould put her stylus down on the board rail. I get the same on the biological side, and I get it slightly worse because when the pressure goes, the bed loses its working range before the run does. My beds start failing ahead of the pipe. Call it the same day and stop being precise about it. Barak set his slate at the edge of the table, face up, and did not add anything to it. You said 11 days, the concessions engineer said. It came out of her the way a sum comes out, and she looked up when she had said it. I said 11 days at present load, Barak said. Load went up when the stoppage ended, so it's not the same figure. He put 2 fingers on the corner of his slate and turned it to the table edge. Ring 7's blocks are what matters this morning. Cade turned to Halden. "Read it out for me." "I've read it." Halden set the sheet down. "The arithmetic is sound, and I have no standing to say so. Reserve history is a civil record, and the seal reads wound and route." "Noted." "It's no use to you." "It isn't." Cade took the sheet off the table and read the last column herself. "Where's the 90-day program?" "Day 9, the concessions engineer said, "of 90. 4 runs open, plate on order for 6 more, and the crews are the crews. We can't open more than 4 at once without taking the ring's margin down to nothing, which is the thing we're opening them to prevent." She rolled the drawing up along its own creases. "And it doesn't reach that run before day 51. It can't reach it before the middle of next month." The clerk had come in at some point with the morning's day sheet and stood holding it and eventually put it down. "Write the forecast on the board," Cade said. The clerk looked at the concessions engineer, who nodded, and wrote it in the corner in his own neat hand, the run, the loss rate, the date and hour he was writing it, and under that, total loss expected early day 51. And everybody in the room read it. And after that, it was a thing on a board with a time on it. "Then we don't need any more opinions," Cade said, and went to find a corner where the link would reach. The first call was to Master Sibel, and it took less time than the connection had. "How long do you want her?" 2 days at the outboard face of Ring 7, hard against the hull line, running your environmental plant into ours through whatever we can lash up. Your board won't like it. Your charter probably forbids it. My charter says I'm to be prudent. The link put a half-second into everything Sibel said, and he had never once hurried to cover it. Prudence, a word people argue about afterwards. 2 days. "I have nothing to give you." "I know what you have. I've had your job's cousin." A pause that was his and not the link's. "Have somebody write the thing down while it's happening. Times, who asked, what for. So when my owners want to shout, there's a piece of paper in the room to shout at instead of me." Done. Longsight comes off the throat side inside the hour. "Where do you want my hull chief?" "At the face, with Sold's people. Ask for Sold." F.A. came to the office herself rather than take the link because the tallow was on the apron and it was 4 minutes' walk. She had her cap in her hand and her sleeves down and one cuff still unfastened. "Your bay," Cade said. "How much of it?" "All of it. Strip it and don't put anything back in until this is finished. Sold wants it for plant, and Sesk wants it for the crates, and the 2 of them will fight about it, and I've told them both they can have it." F.A. worked her jaw once. "That's my short haul gone. That's the run that pays my hands through to the turn of the quarter." "I know it is." "You could have led with something." "I could." Cade moved the day's files off the second chair and did not sit down either. "What do you want?" "Berth fees stood down for the days I'm not working, for the whole crew, and don't make me apply." F.A. put the cap back on. "And I'd like it on paper that the bay was asked for, because the last time this station asked me for something on a handshake, it took me 2 years to be believed about it. You'll have both by tonight. Then you'd better tell Sesk I'm coming, because he'll want a manifest of my own bay. He'll have one before you get there." The Sethlin sector ran under its own light, and always had, a low, warm amber that made the corridor plating look older than it was, and the air on that side of the seal carried a different weight in the chest. Talve was waiting inside the second door with his shade pushed up on his brow. Sold had come ahead and was already down the aisle between the growing decks with her hands behind her back, not touching anything, reading the labels. "I have had a version of this explained to me coming in," Talve said, "by your engineer. It was not kind, but it was fast. I'll do it the way I did it last time. Talve took the shade off his brow and held it. Sold's beds are going to fail before the pipe does, Cade said. The hull plant we're bringing round the face is sized for a ship, not for a rings load, and it will burn through its own bed stock in hours. She needs replacement stock tonight, and there is one compatible family of it on this station, and it is under your decks. Geneva put her supplier on a schedule of systems 3 weeks ago and shut the route. That's the position. And what I have is entered on your station inventory, Talva said. Sold's beds are going to fail before the pipe does, Cade said. The hull plant we're bringing round the face is sized for a ship, not for a rings load, and it will burn through its own bed stock in hours. She needs replacement stock tonight, and there is one compatible family of it on this station, and it is under your decks. Geneva put her supplier on a schedule of systems 3 weeks ago and shut the route. That's the position. And what I have is entered on your station inventory, Talva said, under my sector's name, because I asked for it and you signed it. That's why I'm asking rather than taking. Sold came back up the aisle. I'll take working stock and leave the mother lines where they stand. It'll knock your beds back, and your people will taste it in the water inside a fortnight. And I won't be able to make it up to you, because I can't restuff either. That's the position, and I'm not going to dress it. How long before we are back where we were? Months, I'd guess, and I'd be wrong. Talva turned the shade over once in his hands and put it back up on his brow, and looked past both of them at the growing decks running away down the sector under the amber light. 690 of us, he said. 13,000 in the rings. There are elders in my sector who will want to know why I did not make you ask twice. I'd have asked twice. You would have had to. He put his hand flat on the rail of the nearest deck for a moment and took it off. Take it, and enter it under the sector's name, and enter who gave it, and enter the date, and enter it as stock given. I'll write it myself. Sold can take what she needs from the 3rd and 4th aisles, not the 5th. Talva went off down the aisle to find his own people, and stopped and turned back. How many hours do you have? Fewer than I'm telling anyone. Yes, Talva said. That was the answer I expected the other version of. Halden was in her own office by the throat with her board up and, for once, nothing on it. I'm not going to ask you to sign anything, Cade said. Good. Halden squared the closure folder against the desk edge. My board's clear. My hull side people come off watch at the turn. I don't keep a record of where my people go when they're off watch, and I've never been asked to start. Riggers? Enough of them who can work a hull line in the dark, and 2 who can supervise it. They'll be at the face. Halden stood and took her coat off the hook. I'll come and stand in the room. There's nothing for you to do in the room. No. Halden put the coat on. I know. Charing listened to all of it without moving, cap under his arm, in the outer office where visitors stood. You want soldiers to move plant? I want soldiers to move plant. Hull sections, crates, cable drums, bed stock, from the apron to the outboard face and up. Nothing else. Protection of compact infrastructure, Charing said, to the room rather than to her. An environmental trunk run in a compact station is compact infrastructure until somebody senior to me writes down that it isn't. He let a beat go by. Administrator, ask me for anything on the other side of that sentence, a corridor cleared, a door held, a person moved who doesn't want to move, and I'll have to answer it properly, and the answer will be no. I won't ask. Then I'll have working parties at the apron by the middle watch, and I'd be grateful if nobody made a speech about it. Morrow came to the office. She came alone at the 9th bell, still in the sight boots, and put a folded schedule on the desk without sitting down. Both my day crews and the night crew, the 2 lifting gangs, and the hull-side riggers off Ring 8, who are the only people on this station who've laid a temporary line in a live corridor, she said. The plate you'll want is on the 8 frame under lashings, and I've told the yard to expect a requisition that won't come. My engineer's forecast has gone to my board and to your office at the same hour. Cade read the schedule. It was complete. It had been drawn up before the conversation. What do you want? Nothing you can give me tonight. Morrow put 2 fingers on the desk edge and lifted them. When the arithmetic gets written up, I'd like the record to be able to show what my crews did while it was happening. Put it in the log tonight. It'll be in the log. Then that's what I want. Morrow went to the door and stopped there. You had nothing, and I built you 4 rings, Administrator. I'm going to go on saying that because it's true, and I'd rather you heard me say it on a night I'm being useful. By the time the last call went through, the slate had a column of names down the left side of it and nothing at all in the column beside them. Cade added Wells at the throat side, who would hold the throat side berths clear and bring Longsight round the outboard face herself, and the 2 Chandlers off the trade side, whose counters had opened at an hour they did not open at, for reasons nobody in the corridor could account for, and at the bottom, a gang of hands who had come up out of the voids in the small hours to work the outboard face, whom nobody had asked for, and who would not say who had sent them. Cade put her coat on and went down to Ring 7. Moving well at that hour, 3 calls deep and the whole thing running, was its own kind of pleasure, and she caught herself at it, and was short with the clerk who held the stair door about the way he was holding the stair door, and did not go back and repair it. Load shedding started at 06 on day 50, and began as the ordinary kind. The concessions first called industrial draws off across rings 5 to 8, commercial plant down, printers called, lifts on rotation. Morrow's office posted it as a scheduling instruction and did not ask what it would cost her tenants, or did not ask in anybody's hearing. Ring 6 shed less and mattered more. Once the spine circuits came down, the powered doors between the 7 side blocks and the Ring 6 commercial deck went to manual and stayed shut, and that left 1 walking route out of the 2 blocks on the failing run, down the trunk gallery, along the pipe run, out at the outboard stair at frame 19. There was no second way. That was the argument the whole station had been having since day 35, standing in a corridor with a torch. Corrigan had the blocks. He had no power to make anybody move, and he did not appear to require any. The Parrells clerks went door to door with Barak's list in their hands and a copy of the forecast, and read the forecast out where people could hear it, and the corridor emptied over 4 hours in the ordinary shuffling way, with too much luggage and a long argument about a cat. The cross-feed came round the face on the outside. Longsight and the tallow moored hard against the hull line above the 7 side blocks, and Sold's people and Halden's riggers ran the line down the outboard plating in sections, in suits, in the dark, working off hull lamps. Sell was on the 2nd section, out where the plating curved away and the footing went to nothing, setting anchor clamps at a pace that made the human riggers on either side of him look like they were being careful, which they were. From the hull access, the line came inboard. It should have gone through the trunk. Going through the trunk meant opening the trunk, and opening the trunk on a run that was already losing pressure was the one thing nobody would put a name to. So the line came in through the hull access and along a residential corridor, through the door frames of quarters whose occupants had walked out that morning, lashed down the port side, joints wrapped and taped, cable drums chained to the deck rings, the whole thing lying along the corridor like something washed up. Sesk stood at the head of it with a slate and would not let a crate past him unlogged. Master Effie's bay is stripped, and the manifest is short by 2 cradles, he said when Cade came down the line. Sesk. I am aware of the hour. The 2 cradles are Cephalon sector property. They are on the station inventory under the sector's name, and if they go into that bay without a custody line, then in 6 weeks a clerk will find them and they will belong to the concession. He turned the slate round. Sign the line. Cade signed the line. The first pressure test blew a joint at the 3rd section and put a wet fog down the corridor. The second one held for the best part of an hour, and then the manifold coupling started weeping at the collar, and Morrow's Ring 8 riggers cut it out and made it again, by hand, on their knees, on a deck plate, with the run's reserve dropping the whole time on a board 4 meters away. Rel came down the corridor at some point in all that with a cable drum on a barrow and 2 of the void hands behind him, and got the drum past the taped section by taking 1 wheel off the barrow, and said something to the rigger on the manifold that made the man laugh with his hands full and swear at him afterwards. Cade was on the link to Tsering's quartermaster about a lifting gang, and by the time it finished, the corridor ahead had gone back to being full of other people. At 10 in the evening, rings 5 and 8 went dark, and that was the other kind of shedding corridor lighting to the emergency circuits, which on the new rings meant a strip of blue at ankle height and nothing else. Nobody had ever tested that on 2 rings at once. The corridors filled and emptied twice while people worked out where to be, and by the 2nd hour there were lamps in doorways, card games on the deck plates, and somebody in ring 8 selling tea off a coil ring wired to a Hull battery. 2 rings sat in the dark for 6 hours so that a run in a 3rd ring could keep its pressure. By 20 past 3, the manifold was made up. The bedstock was in, the whole plant was turning, and the last thing left was the cutover itself, closing the temporary line into the ring's own manifold in sequence while the old run was still holding whatever it was still holding. Barak stood at the board with his arms folded. The reserve trace on the failing run had gone from a slope to something steeper an hour before and had not come back off it. 20 minutes, the concessions engineer said, maybe 25. On which, Barak said. On the cutover. That wasn't the 20 minutes I meant. The run went at 0340. There was no sound where Cade was standing. The board at the control point simply dropped the whole column all at once, and then the 2 boards either side of it went amber as the isolation gates closed on what they could, and the trunk gallery's own strip went to nothing. A voice on the sector channel said the gallery had lost the section, said it twice, and then the channel filled with people talking over each other, and the duty officer took it and started giving out blocks. The cutover completed at 2 minutes past 4. Sewell's people rang the sequence through, the manifold took the load, and the 2 blocks pressure started coming back up off the Hall plant at a rate that everybody watched for a long time without saying anything, in case it was not real. Rings 5 and 8 had come out of the dark 2 minutes before that, at 4 exactly, on the schedule they had been given the evening before. The ring held. After that, it was the ordinary business of a long morning. Crews came in and were sent out, the isolation gates were walked and logged, the sector office set up in a hall 2 levels down, and somebody made tea in a pail. Cade worked the control point off a folding table and took the reports in the order they arrived, which was not the order anybody wanted them in. The block marshal off the upper block came up with his own count and would not give it to a clerk. He had walked the top of the gallery stair from the first shed to the last man out. His count was short of the sector offices, and he wanted it fixed before anyone posted anything. As an aside, at the end of it, he said the second block had moved when it did because somebody in a maintenance coat had been down at the turn of the stair working them through in fours and shouting at anyone who stopped to argue about a bag, and that he had no name for the man and would be glad to buy him a drink. "Give the count to Corrigan's clerk," Cade said. "He'll reconcile it and you'll get it back before it's posted." The reclamation supervisor came up just after 5 to say her shift was clear off the gallery stair, all of them, and stayed long enough to add that one of her hands, a woman called Millick, wanted to know who was paying for a shift she had not been allowed to finish. Cade said the sector office and wrote clear against the run. Recovery went into the gallery at 5:30 and came out at 7. Identifications as they were made, the Joint Security Duty Officer said, reading off his slate, because that was the order he had them in, and he had been awake as long as she had. A fitter off the Concession's night crew, on his own crew's roll. A man out of the upper block who'd gone back in for a bag. And Rel. He turned the slate over. Ordinary identification on all 3. The surgeon's officer has them, and the sector office has the next of kin question, and no answers on it yet. Next item. Environmentals asking whether they can stand their people down in rotation. They can stand down in thirds, and they can start with whoever's been out on the plating and tell Sould I said thirds and not halves. The clerk at her elbow was writing it, and Cade said, more sharply than the clerk had earned, that he could stop writing and go and say it, and the clerk went, and she did not call him back. The link had been going all morning and went on going. Corrigan sent up the block counts from the hall. Sesk sent up a custody line for the 2 cradles with the time on it. Somebody from Joint Security sent a note that the void terminal in the gallery run had gone off the network at 0331, that their own people had held an interest in it, and did the civil administration wish to record an objection. Cade marked it noted and sent it on to Yoss's office, where it belonged. Corrigan came up to the control point himself at the turn of the watch with the block sheet rather than sending it, and Yoss was at the far side of the plot with 2 of her own people and a gallery run schematic between them. Cade watched the 2 of them find each other without either appearing to have looked. "The frame 19 material," Corrigan said. "When it's finished, I want it certified. Your seal, not a summary, so that when the panel publishes it, nobody can say the advocate wrote it. It'll be late. Late is fine. Argued isn't. Then have your clerk ask me formally." Yoss put the schematic down. "I'd rather it came through him." "So would I." Corrigan went back down to the hall. Yoss went back to the plot. Wells brought Longsight off the face at 8, and Sable's hull chief came up to the control point with an equipment list and apology for the state of the plating. By 9, the corridor was open again along one side. The line lay where it had been put, lashed down the port side from the hull access to the manifold, joints taped, drums chained, and the residents of the corridor's quarters had come back and were stepping over it, and one of them had already put a rubber mat across the section outside her own door. Barrock stood looking down the length of it with his slate against his leg. 19 runs, he said. "I know. Day 11 of 90. I know that, too." Barrock did not say the other thing, and Cade did not make him. On the 38th, he had stood up in a panel room and given them 11 days at present load, and had been asked to sit down, and had sat down. Today was the 11th day. The reason the ring was still breathing was lashed to the port side of the corridor with tape on its joints, and it was not the program, and it would not have been there at all if a hull chief had not turned a ship on somebody's word. Your figure was good. My figure was arithmetic. Anybody could have had it. Barrock put the slate under his arm. They just had to want it on the 38th. The clerk, who had gone to Sould, came back at the turn of the watch with 2 sheets written out by hand, and found Cade in the corridor by the hall access, and held them out. Unaccounted, Administrator. The sector office wants it signed before it goes on the board. Cade took the sheets. Names down the left, blocks down the right. A query beside 4 of them where somebody had been told 2 different things by 2 different people. Some of them would be at a cousin's on ring 5. Some of them would be in the hall 2 levels down and not on anybody's list because nobody had asked them their names. She read it through once standing in the corridor with her coat still on, and then she read it through again. Chapter 27. The Order Things Arrive In. "There's a paper," Corrigan said. "When the panel can stand over every line of it, I'll read it out in that room with the door propped, and you'll have it in the same minute as whoever's standing in the corridor. Hold me to that in public." The Nordfeed man walked backwards up the ramp to keep his recorder level, which he did well, having had the practice. "Is there a name?" "There's a paper." "That's not an answer." "No," Corrigan said pleasantly, "it isn't." The panel's room had been lit and warm all night because the old core was not on the shed load and the 4 concession rings were. The delegates came in out of that difference. Ring 4 arrived with the dust still on their coats and the smell of a corridor in them. The senior dock delegate had a blanket over one arm that belonged to a hall and had not been given back yet. 2 of the Ring 6 bench came up together from a stair, and one of them stopped inside the door with his hand still on the frame and stood there a moment in the heat before he came on in. Nobody said anything about it. The Ring 6 delegate got her coat off, which she had not done in 4 sittings, and the woman who had worked the outboard face with her sat down at her elbow without asking, and the chair on that side of her was taken for the first time since the panel had chairs. Corrigan went down the table and shook hands and asked after specific people by name, and where the answer was bad, he took it standing still and did not fill it with anything. Cade looked in at the door with 3 people behind her wanting the corridor and not the room. Chair. "Administrator, we read the paper at 10. Sit at the end of the table and say 1 sentence, any sentence, your own words. I won't write it for you. Your office signed the leases. It would be worth something for your office to be in the room when the certificate gets read." "No," Cade said. 10 minutes of your morning." "I haven't got the morning." She had the flat, scoured look of somebody 2 nights past arguing about anything. "It's your panel's paper. Read it." And she went up the corridor with the 3 of them closing on her. Corrigan came back to the head of the table where the swivel chair still listed to port on its worn bearing and put his hand on the back of it without sitting down. "Clerk, before the order of business, a minute that the administrator's office was invited to attend the reading this morning. Invited, and the hour, and by whom." The clerk wrote it. Corrigan sat, squared the chair with his heel, and called the room to order. "Members. 2 papers, and I'm going to be dull about both of them, and then we'll get to the part that matters." He opened the folder. Paper 1. The panel asked the concession registry for the redundancy certificate for the ring trunk runs as issued. We have it. It is 1 instrument, raised in 2320, and it covers the environmental trunk runs of rings 5, 6, 7, and 8. All 4 rings, 1 certificate, 1 signature. It certifies the runs as 2-path. 19 of the 22 were built single-path. Down the Ring 4 bench, nobody moved. They had known for a fortnight. It went differently anyway, said out loud at a table with a minute book open on it. Here's how, and the panel's paper says it in more detail than any of you will want at this hour. The fit-out schedule carried an option, substitution S2, a single-run package in place of the 2-path specification. 9 houses took it separately, each under its own schedule, each one saving money on its own frames. Nobody totaled the 9. The master design was never amended. which is why every access plate on every gallery in 4 rings still reads 2 path to this day. Go and look at one. They're at knee height and they're perfectly legible. The certificate was raised against the master design and copied across all the runs. The paper certified the drawing. Nobody went into the pipe. The inspection was signed for a fee that appears in the record as a scheduling amendment. He turned the page over. 11 dead on day 35. Read the runs, Barak said from the second trestle, all of them, frame numbers, and what's behind each plate. My people are sleeping against those bulkheads tonight, and they'd like to know which ones. Entire. Every run, every frame, in the annexes, and printed, not left on a feed for the people who know to look for it. Copies to every hall on the 4 rings by this evening, and copies at the claims desks, and copies at the sector boards, and I'd like a copy pinned up in the berth gallery where the hire list goes. Corrigan let that go round the table. It'll cost the print allocation something disgraceful, and the clerk has already told me so. I said it would be considerable, the clerk said. He's a careful man, paper 2. Corrigan set the second folder on the first and did not open it. There is a technical annex to that paper. It carries the bench findings on the negotiation room set from the day of the riot, a deliberate write to the local cache by a maintenance class credential at a time the header kept and nobody was meant to be able to correct. And it carries the cut at frame 19 on day 35, where the tool went in, what the drawing said was behind that plate, and what was actually behind it. It carries the charge Joint Security has laid and the name on it. That paper is not a rumor, and it is not mine, and it is not ready this morning. The investigator has to certify the appendices as true copies before this panel prints 1 word of somebody else's evidence over her signature. When? The senior doc delegate said. 2 days. Today. The delegate put the hall blanket on the bench beside him. Chair, since the riot, my hands have worn it. Council's people have been telling this station ever since that the docs burn a negotiation when they're losing one. Half my crews have had it said to their faces in a queue. You've got a paper that says who actually did it, and you're sitting on it while I'm still hiring men who get looked at. You'll have it, and you'll have it with the bench work under it so nobody can call it a story. 2 days. 2 days is a long time in a corridor. It is, Corrigan said. I'm not going to pretend to you that it isn't. The Ring 7 delegate had his hand up and was talking before he was given the floor. Not new. He said that with respect to the dockside, the annex ought to come first and come today, and he had reasons. The name was on a wall in Ring 6 already. Somebody had painted it there days ago, and half the ring had walked past it. So there was nothing left to protect, and no purpose in the delay. And it would settle the lenders, who were pricing in a question that a plain answer would close. And every day it stayed open was a day the terms on 4 rings sat under a shadow. And men who held sublets in good faith, he did not say whose sublets, were carrying that shadow for other people's paper. He was a serious man, and he read the second half off his slate. He finished by saying that the sooner the whole business was over with, the sooner people could get back to work, and that he thought most reasonable members would agree. Nobody answered him. The core pair turned a few degrees towards each other. Along the Ring 4 trestle, a man let his breath out through his nose. Noted, Corrigan said, and entered. The Ring 6 delegate had been writing since the certificate. She put the stylus down. 2 questions, Chair. The annex says what the man did. Does it say why he did it? No. The panel can't put a man's reasons in a technical finding. I'd be inviting the room to guess, and this station has done enough of that this year. He'll say why at his hearing, in his own words, and the hearing is public, and I'll be in it. His hearing. She wrote that down too. Second, the carrier record, the route and load schedule that came out of the concession's own paper. Halden has authenticated it as genuine. She has, and she has said twice now that she will not say what it means, and she's right not to. It's outside her standing and she knows it. What it shows is a pattern across the Voskra approaches. It doesn't show a hand. It shows the first thing anyone on this station has ever had. Where does it go? It came out of the same compelled production as the certificate. It goes as an appendix to the technical annex, authenticated, entire, with Halden's statement of what she will and won't certify printed on the face of it. With the annex, she said. With the annex. 2 days. The Ring 6 delegate was quiet a moment, and the woman beside her looked at her and then at the table. "Then I second the chair's order of papers," the Ring 6 delegate said. "The certificate first. Nobody has read our record in 4 years. This way they'll have to." Corrigan put it to the panel. The certification paper to be read entire at 10 and printed for the halls. The technical annex, with its appendices, to be published 2 days after on the investigator's certification. It carried without a division, and the clerk had it minuted before the last hand came down. Then the panel spent a considerable time on whether printing for the halls came out of the administrator's allocation while the rings were on shed load or off the panel's own account, which the panel did not have. The core pair had a position on it. The Ring 7 delegate had figures. It ran on until the urn was empty, and it took 4 times as long as the order of papers had taken, and Corrigan chaired every minute of it and let it run. The reading went the whole morning. He read it himself, all of it, at the pace of a man who wanted every sentence understood. And the door stayed propped, and by the 3rd page, the corridor outside had people in it, standing to listen. By early afternoon, the paper was going round the relay heart in the hand-to-hand way that beats any feed on the Cairn, printed sheets, folded down the middle, read over shoulders in the queue at the water points. Ring 6, people were still coming up the spine with hall bedding rolled under their arms. Somebody had a trestle out selling hot flatbread at what the day would stand, and was getting it, and there was a queue for that too. The concessions offices ran off the tradeside concourse behind a counter that had always had a clerk on it. The clerk was on it now. Nothing was packed, nothing had been taken off a wall. 2 men from one of the member houses sat on the bench outside the inner office with folios on their knees, waiting, and Corrigan went past them and was shown straight in, which told him something about the appointment schedule that neither of them was going to say out loud. Ilse Morrow had the determination in front of her, set to the edge of the desk, and a second document beside it with a fresh signature block. Her folio was closed. Advocate. Or do I owe you chair in an office? You owe me nothing in an office. How bad? It's arithmetic. Sit down. Morrow turned the determination round for him and did not hand it over. A penalty, which my houses will pay, and which is real money, and which will not embarrass any of them into a different business. My name comes off the certification of anything on this station, permanently. The 9 have asked me to hold the chair and to bring them nothing technical again that hasn't another name on it beside mine, and they were very nice about it, and one of them wrote it out longhand. She put a finger on the second document. That's the schedule of works for the 90 days. My signature's still worth something on that, so it goes on that, and after that it isn't worth anything on a certificate anywhere. And the leases. And the leases stay. 40, signed in 2319 and 2320, and the term is the term. She said it the way she had said everything since he had come in, level, unhurried, no color on it at all. You knew that before you asked. I did. Then you came for something else. Ask it. Corrigan let the silence run a little, which had worked on this woman exactly never. You funded the repathing, he said. 90 days at your house's cost, and I took it in front of everybody, and I'd take it again. Your contractors were on the outboard face the night before last. My people were down the corridor from them. Nobody in that hall this morning knows a single one of those things." "They won't. That's not the shape of it." Morrow moved the determination an inch to true it up. "I've had a few days to go back over it, which is more than most people get. I want to say the place I'd change, because you'll hear a version of it from a lawyer eventually, and his will be worse. It isn't the certificate. I never saw the certificate. That is true, and it's the least useful true thing I own, and I've stopped saying it out loud because of what it does to a room." A short pause. Her hand stayed flat on the paper. "It's the day I agreed the schedule of works could be varied house by house. 9 houses, 9 schedules, each one economizing on its own frames, each one a sound decision inside its own 4 walls. I signed that in a meeting that did not run an hour. Nobody in the room was doing anything wrong, and I could not now tell you the date without looking it up." "That's the chain," Corrigan said. "Item 4 of my paper. I read your paper. I read it at 11 this morning, and it's accurate, and I'd have signed off the arithmetic in it myself." Morrow looked up. "I also read your schedule of papers. Your clerk publishes it to the registry the way he publishes everything else." Corrigan said nothing. "It's very good work," Morrow said, and left it exactly there and moved on. "Now, you'll want to hear that I regret the instrument. I don't. This station had nothing. It had a hull, a queue at the door, a promise it had made about admitting anybody who reached that door, and no capital at all. It could not stop the hulls arriving, and it could not house them. I brought steel. I built you 4 rings, and 13,000 people live on them, and every one of them came here on purpose. Nobody has ever answered that, including your administrator, and she's had 4 years. 11 people are dead on those rings. Yes, that is mine. I have not slept properly since day 35, and I don't expect to." Morrow squared the schedule of works against the determination. "Here's what I actually want to say to you, and then I'll let you go, because those 2 outside are here about a haulage contract, and they've been sitting there an hour. Sooner or later, somebody on this station sits down on the signing side of a desk and finds there's no capital, and a queue at the door, and a promise somebody else made, and 9 people who will build what's wanted on terms he'd rather not read twice. It might not be you. If it is, you'll find the arithmetic is the same arithmetic, and there is no better version of it waiting anywhere." She stood and put her hand out, and her grip was dry and brief. "I have sat on the other side of that desk from 3 people in this station's short life and said a version of what I am saying to you. 2 of them signed. One of them is still telling anybody who'll listen what he'd have done instead." A shrug that cost her nothing. "I don't say it to frighten you, and I'm not always right. I'd be glad to be wrong about you. I haven't had much practice at it. I'd like to be able to tell you you're wrong. You'd like to be able to tell me you'd read it first." A small, real smile, and no edge in it at all. "So would I." The door opened without a knock, and the man the 9 houses had sent to assist her came in with a slate held out, already talking about the haulage contract, and Morrow put her hand up half an inch, and he stopped and waited, and she took the slate and read it, and Corrigan let himself out. The panel room by the change of watch had gone cold at the racking end, and the sheets of the paper lay along the table where the sitting had left them, corrected in 3 different hands. 2 cups from the concourse stall stood by the minute book, one of them still full and gone cold at the top. Yas came in with a document wallet and stopped just inside the door, the way she did. "Investigator?" "Chair." She put the wallet on the table. "Certification of the appendices. True copies, my seal, timed this afternoon. The bench material, the Frame 19 survey, the charge sheet, and hauled-in statement on the carrier record with the 2 lines about what she won't certify. She laid it down. Your clerk asked me for it before the sitting rose this morning. He's efficient, your clerk. He also gave me a cup of tea I'd describe as an assault. He makes it out of a personal grievance. That was my finding. Jos looked down the table at the sheets. Good paper this morning. I mean it. I've been trying to get somebody to say 19 of 22 out loud in a room with a minute book in it since the registry gave up that certificate. Take the credit for it. Half of it's yours. None of it's mine. I don't publish. Jos opened her own folder and closed it again, which she had not needed to do. The appendices are certified as of an hour ago. That was the thing the annex was waiting on. It was. So it can go tonight. It goes in 2 days. Jos nodded slowly, once. You said as much this morning, and you said why, and I've read the minute, in the order the things happened. She said the words without any weight on them at all, the way she would read a line back to a bench tech. The certificate is 2320. The cut is day 35. So the certificate goes first, at length, in every hall on 4 rings, and the cut goes in a technical annex on a registry 2 days later with an appendix under it. Priya. I'm not making a complaint. She picked up the wallet's flap and pressed it flat where it had lifted. I've been through the schedule of papers twice. There's no untrue sentence anywhere in it. There's no omission I could put in a file. You gave the room the whole of it this morning. And you gave the room the annex, too. And the docs asked you for it early, and you told them no to their faces with the reason attached. And the Ring 6 delegate seconded the order herself, and you didn't say a word to get her, too. Jos straightened up. You told the truth. Corrigan had the answer ready, and it was a good one, and he had it high in his chest before he understood what it was going to sound like in that room coming out of him at that hour. Investigator, he said instead. The hearing's public. I'll be in it, every day of it, at the front, and when he says why he did it, I'll be sitting where the feed can see me listening. I know you will, Jos said. That's the annoying part. Jos left the way she had come in, without stopping at the table, and the full cup stayed where it was. The clerk came through a minute later with the schedule of papers open on his forearm and the day's 2 lines already entered. Chair, the annex, do you want it flagged to the public feed on release? Registry publication is automatic. The flag is a separate instruction, and it has to come from you. Corrigan stood at the head of the table with his hand on the back of the listing chair. Leave it where it is. Leave it where it is, the clerk said, writing. Do you want the direction minuted? Word for word. Corrigan put his initials against both lines and gave the book back. Chapter 28. 2 Counts. The plate carried 11 names, cut. Under the last of them, in stylus, somebody had written 2 more. The cutting was proper work, a fabricator's hand, letters an even height, the sector's own money, and a week of somebody's evenings. The writing underneath ran downhill by the end, and the second of the 2 names had been started with the wrong letter and taken over the top of it. Both of the written ones had dust in the strokes by now. Nobody had come with a cloth to that part of the panel. The memorial space was a bay off the ringside concourse, a rail across the front of it, 2 older plates on the left-hand wall from before the rings went up, and a good deal of clear panel to the right of them. Somebody at the founding had left that panel clear on purpose and had gone on to other business without saying so. Corrin's name was on the cut list. Yas knew it off the roll and off a crew list 4 years old and not off the man. The sill under the plate filled the way the shrine niches on the ring walk filled. Dock chits, a knot of ribbon, a card deck with a band round it, the corners gone soft, a printed cup with a name scratched into the base, a pair of dock gloves, broken in, worn through at the right thumb, laid flat with the fingers straight, the way a man lays out gloves he means to use again. A woman in a plant coat was working along the sill with a cloth, lifting each thing, wiping under it, putting it back where it had been. "You want to know why there's 2 numbers?" she said, without turning round. "I know why. Everyone knows why." The woman set the cup down half a thumb from where it had been and moved it back. The provision would have taken a minute to say out loud. The incident roll closed at the end of day 35, which is what rolls do. The 2 who died afterwards died in a ward, under treatment, and were certified there by the physician treating them, and those certificates went into the medical returns. To carry them onto the roll had to be reopened. Reopening it wanted the Concession's concurrence. The Concession's counsel had answered in 1 paragraph, without malice and without delay. The incident stood closed and returned, and the houses could not consent to its reopening while their position as to liability was reserved. 2 offices, both sets of paper in order, and 1 number each. Yas put her hands in her pockets and let the woman finish the sill. A maintenance hand came in at the end of the watch with a scouring block and a bottle, sent by whoever sends people. He did the deck plates and the rail, and both sills, and the frame of the plate itself, working close to the letters and taking his time over the corners. When he was done, he stood back and looked at the writing for a while. Then he packed the block into his kit and went away up the concourse, and the 2 names stayed where they were. Joint Security's duty room had 1 window and nothing behind it worth the glass, the back of a stall row, and a service stair. 3 files went on the bench at the start of the watch, squared, in the order they had come to her. They had sat squared like that for 2 days, while she found other work. The feeds had been running the certificate for 2 days, 19 runs, 1 instrument, 4 rings, the 11. It had crowded everything else off. The technical annex went up in the index at the 8th hour, unflagged, where the panel's office had set it, and the duty desk took no calls about it all watch. Yas read it twice. There was nothing in it that was not true. Vazari's sheet went first. Interference with a station environmental system, 1 count. Unlawful death, 11 counts. 11 because 11 was what counsel would stand up. Each count wanted a death certified to loss of environmental service, and a service loss traced to the cut. And for 11, the medical certificates said hypoxia, and the metering said which corridor and at what hour, and the 2 sat together without anybody having to argue. The 2 who died afterwards were certified in a ward, to the injuries they came in with, by people treating the injuries and not the cause of them. To charge those, counsel would have to prove the ward deaths back through a fortnight of treatment to a man with a driver in front of a court against a defense that would call the treating physicians. Counsel charged what could be proved and entered a reservation as to the rest, which is what reservations are for and what they never do. That the prosecution's 11 and the incident roll's 11 were the same 11 was a coincidence of 2 offices arriving at 1 number by different roads, and by the end of the week, nobody outside those offices would believe it was a coincidence at all. The elements were the cut, the corridors, the reserve, and a man who had gone into a gallery with a driver and a torch and had known what the gallery carried. Nothing on the sheet said what the pipe was. The state of that run was not an element of anything he stood charged with, so it had nowhere to go on the form. His own counsel would put it in front of the court on the first morning, and it would go in as mitigation, and mitigation is a finding about the man in the dock and about nobody else. His interview ran long, and he had never once been difficult. He had read the drawings twice. He said so at the first sitting and again, unprompted, at the last, in the flat voice of a man repeating the only fact he still owned. The drawings said 2-path. The corridor he cut had people asleep the length of it. The sheet had a field for the offense and no field for the rest of it, and Yas keyed the offense. Under related matters, she entered the certificate file by its reference and did not draw a line between them. There was nothing that would carry the weight of one. The penalty notice came over from the civil side for indexing, a copy, unsealed, 3 lines, and a schedule reference. It named the certificate by its number. It named the provision the certificate offended, and the 4 rings the instrument covered, and the sum which the 9 houses had paid inside the day. It did not name any person. It did not name the 11. It did not name the 2 either. The leases were not in it anywhere. The third file was Rel's. Remains recovered from the Ring 6 trunk gallery at frame 19 on the morning of day 51, when the run was walkable again. Identified from the civil register and formally by 2 people who had known him since before the rings. Cause of death, hypoxia. Circumstances, loss of environmental service in a shed sector during the cutover. Time of death fixed at 0340 by the ring's own metering, which was the last equipment on that side of the station still keeping time properly. What he had been doing in the gallery went into the record as 3 things, because there were 3 and no paper joined them. The 2 blocks behind the gallery had come out through that run, the only egress there was, and some of them said afterwards that a man in the dark had put them the right way at the branch and gone back the other. The void terminal at the ring end of the run had had its amendment history overwritten at some point that night, cleanly, by somebody who knew the command, and the inspection brokerage had sat in that history. A reclamation shift had been working the voids 20 meters off the terminal and had come out with the rest. Any of the 3 put him at frame 19. All 3 did. Yas had worked it since the morning of day 51 and had got as far as anybody was going to get, which was that far. And she wrote the file so that whoever opened it later would arrive at the same place without having to trust her. The brokerage went the way brokerage goes when the broker is dead, abated, which is the word the code uses. There was a question standing in his book, 4 years old. 1 question, straight answer, whole sentence, no trade. She had turned it down over a pump and had been keeping it for something worth the spending, and there was nobody left to put it to. Yas keyed the disposition on all 3, sealed them, and carried them across to the closed cabinet herself, which was 2 minutes' work and the clerk's job. Ref 14/9 was not one of the 3. It came out of the open cabinet by feel, thin as it had been every year. Administrative omission and non-interdiction, maintenance volume. Opened in the founding year on the signatory's own recital. Officer, Yas, P. Anticipated disposition, none. Down the side, 1 annotation a year, all in her initials, and a routing field carrying the words held, no receiving body constituted. Still true this morning, and true every morning between. The case in it was plain, and she had written most of it. Discretion exercised outside the instrument is a danger. It does not become safe because the person exercising it is careful, or tired, or right. And the proof of that is that nobody who exercises it can be made to answer for it afterwards, because there is nowhere to bring them. On the night of day 50 and into the small hours of the 51st, that same discretion had put a hull on the outboard face at an hour's notice for no consideration, and the Cephelin's own biological stock into a Cairn ring after Geneva closed the ordinary source, and Morrow's contractors into a residential corridor working for a woman the work was about to ruin, and it had shed load across 4 rings and taken 2 of them dark for 6 hours. Nothing in the code authorized a line of it. Nothing in the code prevented it either, and that was the file's point, arrived at from the other end. The disposition field wanted one of 3 words. Yas got as far as the field. She sat with her hand where it was for a while, and then took it back, and put the file in the open cabinet and closed the drawer. Which of the 2 readings had stopped her, she could not have said, and she did not go looking. Sahi was up at the table with the roster in front of him and a bowl he had not started at an hour that belonged to neither of their shifts. "You're up." "I'm up." He pushed the second flask towards her with one finger. They moved the call forward. Berth crews go on at the change now on account of the pipe coming in. The quarters ran 2 rooms and a galley slot. The wall roster carried their 2 lines, her lates inked over his earlies, and somebody had drawn a fresh column down the side of it in a hand that was not hers. There was a coat on the hook by the door, dark, heavy, cut for a man a size larger, with a repair at one cuff that had been done by somebody competent. Yas got most of the flask down before she said anything about it. "That's a coat." "It's a coat." "We don't wear coats." It came off a hull. Sahi turned the roster round and squared it, which he did instead of looking at her. Crew were selling up. Grown wool, actual wool, off some inner world with weather in it. The man wanted next to nothing for it, and I'd have been insulting him to argue. And the hanger was just sitting there. The hanger, Sahi said with dignity, had been sitting there a year, and he got up to see to the ring so that the last of it went at the tap with his back turned. They ate. Down the corridor, somebody's set was running a match commentary at a volume that meant the neighbors were awake too, which they had been most nights since the ring came back on. "Crew's talking about the annex," Sahi said after a while. "The technical one. Nobody's read it. 2 of them had the whole thing off the feed before they'd got their boots on, and neither of them said his name once. They say the plant hand, like he was equipment." He put the bowl down. "Den's not saying anything at all. He's on days with us now. He calls a good crew, and he doesn't sit down at the urn anymore. He stands." That's not a question before you start." "I didn't start." "You were going to sit there being professional at me." "I was going to eat," Yas said, "and then be professional at you." Sahi laughed once, and the corridor's commentary got to something that made a neighbor shout at a wall. The stoppage had put him at a gatehead, and had put her on the other side of every question anybody asked about it, and they had not talked about it then, and had not talked about it since. What there was of it was a fresh column drawn down the side of the roster in his handwriting, and a coat on a hook. "Walk down with me," Sahi said. "You're not going to sleep. You've got the face. The circuit's grown again, since spring. There's a whole spur off the 7 junction now." "I didn't say the circuit. I said walk down with me." Yas took her coat, the one she had, and they went down. The trade side at the change of shift was doing what it did, louder, every season. The flour man had 2 coolers now and prices posted, which had cost him the kind of queue people hold places in and got him a bigger one. The boy who sold places in the outbound queue and the girl with the folding stool had taken on a third, a small article not much taller than the stool, working the pillar's blind side under an arrangement that had clearly been negotiated by all of them. A skewer cart at the head of the gallery stair had a license in a frame, which it had not had in the spring. Two hands went past with a printed crate between them, and one said the far berths were first called till the end of the month, and the other said something about a girl on the ring side, and a boy behind them told them both that the whole arrangement was settled, non-standard, and got shoved for it, amiably, into a stanchion. The chandlery had its shutters up, and its queue out past the next frontage. The hired help had the front of it, working fast, and somebody had put a card in the window about the lease, with names already written on the back. A hull was up at the head of the ramp, and its people were coming off it with everything they owned in printed cases, working towards the housing board, which carried a notice saying no lets in the rings this month. They read the notice and went along to the sublet agent's queue anyway. Beside the board hung the Vascare line zone, sheets pinned in rows and kept current, the top one a hearing date. Further on, a painted line ran across the deck where the garrison precinct started, new since the soldiers came in, with a stanchion notice beside it setting out in 3 languages what the line meant. 2 hands sat on a bollard just inside it, eating, on the wrong side of the paint, and untroubled by anyone. Sahi went off at the gateheads with a hand up and did not look back. That was the arrangement. Along the apron, the works notice stood on a folding frame where the crews would pass it. The repathing program. 22 runs opened and recertified, 19 of them pulled out and put back to the drawing, 4 rings, sequence and access windows, and the sector warden's names. And in the box at the head of it, day 14 of 90. Morrow's signature at the foot, the point of the notice as much as the schedule was. Pipe sections had come in on the night hull and lay along the apron in their cradles, painted a different gray to anything on this station, waiting on a crane. Her walk back took her up through Ring 6, because it lay on their road and because she had not been up it since the night. The corridor at the frame 19 end had the temporary line still in it, lagged and clipped along the wall at shoulder height, running the length of the stretch and out through the bulkhead where the riggers had cut the penetration. Nothing about it was finished. A woman had hung a bag of pegs off one of the clips. Somebody had chalked a door number on the lagging where the number plate no longer had a wall to sit on, and under it, in a different hand, the word hours, which could have meant the door, or the pipe, or the corridor, and did not need deciding. Den was at the second berth with a crew, calling a load down. He had lost about half his words since the spring. He gave the number and the height, and then nothing at all, and men twice his age did what he said and came back for the next one. He lifted a hand to Yoss across the apron and went straight back to the load, which she took as the entire conversation and was glad of it. Sesk and Neshk came down the gallery walk together at Veckhole pace, which is not human pace, and the concourse divided round them without anybody making a business of it. Neshk was saying that whoever had cut the rail heights on this station had cut them out of spite, and that she intended to find out his name. Sesk said the rail was to the arrivals hall standard, and that the standard was an Earth document. Neshk said that was the answer of a man who had stopped noticing. They went on up towards the post, and Sesk stooped through the door of it the way he had stooped through it every morning for 4 years. The dock office off the apron had its glass full. Contractors, 2 of the concessions people, the fit-out warden with a roll of drawings, the schedule table pulled out to twice its length. Cade was standing at the far end with her coat still on and a slate she was not looking at, doing what she did, which is to be in a room until it agrees with itself. Cade came out while Yoss was passing the door. Investigator. Administrator. They're a day behind on Ring 7, and nobody in there wants to be the one who says so. Cade looked back into the glass and then along the apron at the pipe in its cradles. Are you closed? 3 of them. Cade nodded once. Somebody inside said her name in the voice of a man who has found the discrepancy he was looking for, and she turned back into the room and let the door go. Jos went on down the gallery to the rail. Lot was at the far end of it with the child, at the place where the rail is low enough that a small person can get an elbow on it. They came down most weeks, the whole way from the ring, a walk and a half for a 4-year-old. The child had a hinge of scrap plates in one fist and was working it open and shut without looking at it. Lot gave her the nod that people give each other across 4 years and 1 registry counter. Neither of them went any nearer than that. Below them, the crane took the first pipe section off the apron and swung it out over the berth, slow, with 2 hands walking it round on tag lines. "Which one did we come in on?" the child said. Lot looked along the berths. The tallow was out on a short-haul run. The board had her working, gone since the middle of the week. "She's out," Lot said. "One like that, though." Lot pointed along the rail at the hull 2 berths down, same class, same square shoulders, patched along one flank where somebody had done a cheap repair and painted over it in a gray that had not matched. "That one? One like that one." The child took that, entirely, and went back to watching the crane. And there it is. The end. Thank you for listening. Truly. If these hours stayed with you, I'd love to know what you made of it. So jump down into the comments and tell me what you thought. It's the best part of doing this. And this is only one thread of a much larger story. The Fracture Cosmology continues, an entire universe being brought to life on this channel, book by book. Subscribe and you won't miss what comes next. If you'd rather not wait for the next reading, every book is on Amazon, and the link is in the description below, so you can always read ahead. And if you want to go deeper, ship schematics, blueprints, star charts, and companion material for the whole universe, it's all waiting at the website, fracturedcosmology.xyz, linked below. Until the next chapter of the story, thank you for listening, and safe travels out there.